Greetings, everybody. My name is Coin, and welcome back to another session of Elden Ring Reforged, Deathless, all content, fire spells only, the routing run. I probably should just put that in the title screen, and not, not say that. I should show it. Anyway, since I'm late, I will take the opportunity to, catch up with everyone on the apps first. Let's see. Nobody on the red app at the moment. Nobody on the green app at the moment. Well, come on in, Mr. Jason. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I do hope you enjoy your stay. Mr. Jason says, greetings, Mr. Amazing Coin, good sir. Thank you. Thank you. And greetings to you as well. Mr. Jason says, you're really looking forward to Friday, good sir. You have for your students, at least a half-decent budget, 150 pounds, with a meal with family on Saturday, and a meet with your friend at any point from Friday onward. And if getting Easter eggs for family and friends does not cost me the entire 80 that you have set, that 150 could either be 160 if you spend $10 on getting them all, 170 and if you only spend 20 pounds, and so on. Right. Sir Jason says, you're doing much better than yesterday. You went to sleep earlier yesterday as you had barely any energy. Understandable. Understandable, good sir. I'm glad you're not peaked today. Before we get started, let's play the camera minigame, and it looks like I've done a pretty good job today. I would like to take the opportunity to thank all of our wonderful contributors and gifters this month. If you guys want your names on these placards, which I do read at the start of every stream, all you gotta do is chuck change at me. The purchase or maintenance of any subscription or membership package, or a $2 one-time $2 donation during the month cycle will also get your name on this list. It is the smallest way I have to say thank you. Starting, I'd like to thank Just Me Carly 917 and Shiny of Hyrule Nest for their subscriptions, for the purchase and maintenance of their subscription packages. I would also like to thank Mr. Fent for gifting Nice 1M and Troll Castle King Jason their subscription packages. Please do enjoy the benefits and privileges that come along with said package. I'd like to thank Mr. Gorda Goku for their continued purchase or maintenance of their Valkyrie tier membership on Patreon. Please do enjoy the benefits and privileges that come along with that package. I would like to thank Mr. Rasby the Player for their continued maintenance of their Valkyrie tier membership over on the Coffee platform. Please do enjoy the benefits and privileges that come along with that package. Finally, I would like to, while I do not have any one-off donations during this month, I would like to thank people such as House Quaker or User 11 who have donated through Coffee in the past. There are no benefits or tassels or whistles that come along with the donations. This panel here represents the most direct method of supporting me if you like my content, etc., etc. I'm deeply appreciative of anyone who just freely chooses to chuck arbitrary change at me. I do mean that. Thank you. That said, why don't we get back to what we were doing and not have this up. I don't know what the deal with that is. Mr. Jason says, of course, good sir, you're feeling okay now, but if it changes, you'll let me know. Very well, but you are okay as of right now. Good. Glad to hear it. Recap from last time. Last time we spent 2 hours basically doing what we did before, but in a slightly better order, and got the most important feature of Reforged that I could cite, period, and that is the bestiary. This thing As we complete codex entries in it, we will get Starlight tokens. We'll get increased rune percentage drops. This is a good thing to be completing while we're playing the game. And it's required for all content anyway. So, there we go. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, you're excited tonight? We've ordered an Indian meal. We've ordered a lamb korma, half a tandoori chicken, pilau rice, and a garlic naan bread. Naan bread sounds good. Mr. Jason says you love their korma as it has coconut in it. Understandable. I don't like coconut as much. I'm okay with coconut. But I'm kind of finicky. I also, you know, if the coconut isn't, if the coconut's in its raw form, you know, the coconut can get between my teeth, and it could be an unfun experience. We left off in the routing on the demi-human chiefs, and then we ended up here at the Church of Dragon Communion. So, looking at my notes here from scouting ahead, bearing in mind I've swapped some things around. Is Knight's Cavalry somewhere in here? No. Okay, so I've swapped these two things. Let's go get the cavalry, shall we? Gonna put that here. Mr. Jason says, just like you love this channel as it has coin in it. I appreciate that, good sir. Thank you very much. I am gonna begin work on the vlog soon. Today was just not a good day for that. But I will be working on it soon. Our goal is to get as far as we can during these next 4 hours, by the way. Just throwing that out there. Mr. Jason says, oh, good sir, in 1 week tomorrow you would have been in the Nintendo Switch 2 club for 9 months. Oh, did you stop? You would have been. Okay, so you had to have stopped paying for, or didn't pay for, or something else happened along those lines. 9 months. I'm trying to think of what would have happened in 9 months. I mean, just in terms of like the company, maybe the Pal World stuff really took off around that time. Yeah, that sounds about right. Maybe a little bit before that. Other reasons as well, I'm sure. Let me go ahead and type this in. Mr. Jason says, no, good sir. Oh, in 1 week tomorrow. Oh, okay, 1 week tomorrow. Whoopsie. You got the Nintendo Switch 2 exactly 9 months ago to that day? Ah, gotcha. The 5th of June of 2025. Makes sense. Oh, I mean, hey, the Switch 2 club is a nice one. The people are nice. The company has good people in it, but I wouldn't necessarily call it nice. Corporations are usually not known for being nice in and of themselves. They don't have people-like qualities. Not really. Okay. Did we... I don't remember if we dealt with little box quest lines, so let's go do that. This would be a good time to showcase that, actually. And just make sure that it's continuing to work properly. Good, it is. Yeah. Mr. Jason says you're more happy that you're the president of the Mr. Coin fan club. Thanks. What's up, Mr. Coin? Before Mr. Shiny, the redeems are off again. How? I will fix it. I just don't know how. I know what it is. I probably spilt, I remember spilling something on the keyboard, cleaning it up, and probably mashed a whole bunch of keys. That should have fixed it. Okay. Yeah, that seems to be fixed. Alright, and I believe from defeating our demi-human chief friends, we got his sewing needle, so let's turn that in.
What are you doing here? You must leave this place at once. They'll rush in and beat you to a pulp. You'll end up just like me. Wait. Is that what I think it is? You got it back for me. My sewing needle.
Some animations take a long time to complete.
What made you go and do a thing like that? My mum was a seamstress, and that sewing kit was all I had to remember her by. I always wanted to be just like sweet old mum. Then I suppose I can't just curl up and die, can I?
Mr. Jason says, but yes, Elden Ring Reforged rule number 1. No bashing of sorcerer topes. Especially since that is Mr. Jason. Too true. We like, we like our sorcerer friend. We like him a lot. Sorcerer Topes goes on to do some very nice things later on.
You're very kind.
And it's implied that he did more than that in the manga and in items as well. All right, let's go deal with our nighttime boss, shall we? This next one, Elden Ring has a day-night cycle. I'm speaking of vanilla mechanics, because this is not exactly something that people interface with that much, so I'm more than happy to explain. But Elden Ring has a day-night cycle. I don't believe you can, I think you can pass time to specific intervals, but you don't have fine control over it, like you do in Reforged. We're gonna wait until nightfall here. Mr. Jason says, while you are a sorcerer, you are also a sorcerer of jokes and puns. That is true. That is true. What laugh do I get for that? Oh, I know the perfect one. And do that. I suppose in other news, I'm going to be heading to a billiard hall tonight that doubles as like a small restaurant in my area. Not going to mention the name of said restaurant or anything, but my dad's going to be playing some billiards tonight. He's part of a local billiards team. So I'm going to go there and watch him shoot, at least for a couple of hours. That ought to be a fun time, if nothing else. Mr. Jason says, and despite being tired last night and having to leave the stream, did you get a better sleep? Absolutely. Did you get better sleep? Absolutely not. Just your luck. Well, that's insomnia for you. I really do genuinely, earnestly believe that you're dealing with, you know, some form of insomnia. And the correct answer in dealing with that... Oh, right. You know what I forgot? I just forgot something. We do not have any marks. So actually, I think I need to actually change up what this entry is. Because I need to make marks. That's gotta happen, or signs of the all-knowing. That is absolutely gotta happen, and the only way it's going to is if we do this. which means we might as well kill the boss that's here. And I get to show you guys how the mines in games like this work. Mr. Jason says you can sleep very well, good sir. Once you had a fire engine really close to your area and you managed to sleep right through it. It is just getting to sleep, really. Oh, it's insomnia, you know, there are different kinds of insomnia, and they're not all the same. You can sleep well through certain things, and once you fall asleep, your sleep is not easily disruptible. I believe that. You know, I'm not really trying to be an armchair physician. I am nowhere near qualified for that. Your symptoms just sound, they tick all the boxes for a type of insomnia, and I don't know which one, more or less. That's all I'm saying. It's probably worth solving, though. I should say at the very least. Okay, let's see if I can make... How much of the substance can I make? I think it is 2 per mark. No, it's 1. Very good. Hold on. Mr. Jason says you know one thing for sure. You tick all the boxes for being a Mr. Coin fan. I appreciate that. Truly. Also this, the Limgrave tunnels, I think, hold 1 or 2 somber smithing stones, which are required for upgrading special catalysts like this, or special seals like this. And the upgrade formula is a bit different than normal Elden Ring. Normally it's like 1 somber stone per level, or yeah, per increase of the like spell catalyst you're trying to use. But the somber smithing shards are a lot harder to come by in base vanilla, and they're kind of all over the place with no rhyme or reason. You can get a +8, or not a +8, but you can get like a tier 4 or 5 pretty early on. A lot of the more subtle, not necessarily notable changes in Reforged have to do with the way in which the changes in how you go about acquiring these things and in what path you acquire these things in. Mr. Jason says you have a particularly Mr. Jason issue. What's that, Mr. Jason? Okay, and hopefully I'll get a second to, like, recoup some crystals. We're gonna have to farm some. Mr. Jason says you see 4 Nintendo Switch systems just sitting on your computer desk to the left of you, and then you have 3 more of them on your TV stand. Yeah, that is a Mr. Jason problem, or it certainly can be. I take, is the problem, you know, you can't have an 8th one? Or it's not evenly distributed? Sorry. Oh, I promise it's not, I promise I'm not bored. I'm just, tired for other reasons. I had, leftover pizza and some roasted garlic bread. Mr. Jason says you'll just look at them and think you probably have too many. I mean, yeah, okay, not yes, because I don't know what is too many for Mr. Jason, but if I were in a situation where I felt like I had too many of something in particular, I would definitely, you know, sell them off, pawn them off. I am quite the minimalist. My office is kind of bare. I don't have a lot of stuff on the walls. I don't have a lot of furniture. You know, if I could build the house I'm living in my way, you know, there wouldn't be random things hanging on the wall for there to be issues during tornadoes. The furniture would be the art. That is how I would do it. The furniture would be the art. Okay, I'm gonna wait. I gotta be careful. I have not really identified a whole bunch of anything yet. Nope. Quickly. All I need to do is just, like, get a suitable distance away and, not let them jump off of the thing. I'll take as many hits as I have to for this. That's unfortunate. I'm pretty sure that dog is dead. Might as well get back down there and do it now. This is sort of what happens when you are running very low on... What? It fell. They fell. How did they survive? Alright. Okay, game. Sure. We could just break laws of physics. That's totally fine. Now I gotta wait for them to, like, lose interest. Let me also break down the rest of everything else while we're here. Yeah, give me all of this. A lot of the Reforged gameplay is like kind of like this, where you're spending a lot of your time breaking down materials in order to use them in other things that you might need. It's death. That is death. Yep, that happened. I believe that is Shift F2. Yeah, Shift F2. Whoopsie. Let's not do that again. And when we're done with the Stone Digger Troll, I am gonna have to make a couple of laps to grab some cracked crystal, and I'm hoping our arcane will help shorten that a little bit. Hopefully. Of course, I want to try to grind as little as possible. It's not good. Generally speaking, in any kind of challenge run, the less you're running around doing repeatable tasks, the higher retention you're going to have when people are watching your run. Whether, especially in games like this that are, you know, open world, they, not only are they open world, but there are definitely repeatable elements of the game that have to be done. That can kind of be an issue sometimes. Go ahead and do this. Oh, we'll definitely have to do a little bit of farming. A little bit. Yucky, stinky, don't like it. Really? Thank you. There we go. Now we can deal with the rest. I normally don't take deaths in this section. The last time I did a run like this, I did not take deaths in this section. I've definitely lost some of my skill, and I'm hoping I get it back, you know, as we continue to continue to play. For the spectacle, for the entertainment. This is sort of what I want to happen to the list of bosses as we move through them.
Disintegrate!
That's exactly what I want. Let me just make sure that soundboard is... let's see... Edit... That should have come through the correct... That should have come through the correct one. This one... No, it's this other one. Oh yeah, some of them have exploding ore on their backs. Volcanic, or yeah, explosive clumps. Which is, I believe this is base game as well. Like, I'm not citing anything that's weird. And those could deal a pretty high wallop on damage. You would be surprised at how much those hurt. I guess you could say they went out with a bang.
Sure, Jan.
I'll be here all week making crappy jokes. Oh, yeah, okay. No, I know how we can get that particular one. I think we're missing one of them. I need just one more of these. Dead. Dead. 2 unnecessary deaths. Did I put it in the right spot? Yes. Because I didn't wait for the path down. Hey, these kind of counters are farming laps. We just have to not die. That's all. We just have to not die. I really dislike my incompetence, for the record. Where is that?
I can feel my wits evaporating in your mere presence.
It is probably what some of my audience is thinking right now. Like, man, I don't know. You seemed a lot more confident when you were playing Nintendo products. Why aren't you back there doing that? And my answer to that is, well, please see all of my previous streams in Tears of the Kingdom, where I, in fact, while I was competent in those games, I had voiced displeasure about the whole Pal World stuff. And just the overall patent bullying they're doing. I don't like that very much. And so I don't wish to enable them doing that. And that means, you know, sacrificing things on principle a lot of the time. Not all of the time, but at least some of the time. Alright, is that... which side is this on? There we go. There it is, right there. Send this up in case I die. Craft these. Very nice, Mr. Jason. I'm glad to hear it or see it. Ow. Yeah. Back it up. And that wasn't too hard. Mr. Jason's is the best of both worlds, an amazing streamer, an amazing meal. Thank you. I did want this roar medallion. Strengthens roar arts, breath attacks, and breath attacks, as well as grants increased maximum stamina. Thank you for the GGs. I just wish I had not taken 2 deaths to that. It honestly I shouldn't have even died once. Both of those times, Gravity was the super ultra mega giga final boss that killed me. As I've often said, already in just the span of 4 hours last stream, when it comes to challenge runs of this nature, Gravity is your worst enemy. It just is. All right, now let's take care of this part here. But before that, we're probably do 1 to 2 farming laps for the magic or shimmering substance. Yeah, we are probably due for that. At least 1 lap. Let's go ahead and do that real quick. I don't like farming runs, but unlike in Tears of the Kingdom or Breath of the Wild, or you know, the ultimate trial, where I could like say, yeah, you know what, I'm not subjecting you guys to that. If we need to farm on camera, I don't have a choice, sure, but otherwise, you know, I won't bother you with that. Here, I need to showcase the entire process from start to finish, or I'm not, or, you know, the run gets thrown out, right? And, like, I know it's the routing, right? I know it's the routing, but it's just good practice to showcase everything here, even during the routing. And we can probably make a little bit of runes off of selling whatever we pick up from these stone diggers. They do sometimes drop their mining picks. Really? They also sometimes drop smithing stones and other goodies. And usually my farming laps do include bonus areas, like the one here at the bottom of this elevator shaft. I almost died again, which would have been awful. It would have just been embarrassing, really, more than anything. Extremely embarrassing. It didn't even have to happen. Careful, careful. Just sit back a second. Oh, whoops. Hold on. Mr. Jason says, but randomly, you're so glad that you found something that works for Robot Mill, because there's definitely some good potential in that game. Yeah, I mean, if people like Super Meat Boy and they, you know, they like Super Meat Boy inspired games and they like a level editor, I could see that being a partial stand-in for Super Mario Maker 2 related things. I could see that. I did miss one. Yep, I believe that fixes that little dilemma. And I hope I don't die anymore on these lemmas. Wait, what? Where is it? Right here. Even though I've got a soundboard, it's definitely less efficient than a Stream Deck. Definitely less efficient. But the soundboard is the best I've got during these circumstances. Mr. Jason says, if you keep losing, that truly would be a dilemma. Too true. Too true. Too true. I'll even drop the ones that can combust drop lamp oil. Cool. That's a neat little touch of detail I wouldn't have thought about otherwise. And I'm pretty sure there's one or two cracked crystals right here in the end room if my memory is right. Let's see if I'm right. Yeah, I was correct. Exactly one cracked crystal. Wait, is that that is just candlelight. Okay. Let us do that then. And I believe I have enough supplies for 20 of them. Perfect. I'm functional now. Let's go actually deal with the Knight's Cavalry. We now have what we need for that. Mr. Jason says the tandoori chicken is really nice, but you have to be careful that it's not boneless. Ah, yeah, bone-in meat is typically more delicious than boneless meat, usually speaking. So bones can be an issue for sure.
My hand. Share them with me.
Let's get our health up to where I would like it to be. And of course, it's raining. God, this is like Tears of the Kingdom, or Breath of the Wild, very specifically, all over again. Video game, stop raining on my parade. Stop it. Get help. Seriously. I hate when the game does this. Stop running. My goodness. And it's not going to clear up either. I'm going to be stuck dealing with this. Really? All right. Let's see if we can't tag at least one of them. Ah, heck, nabbit. Welcome back, Sinful Seraph. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I do hope you enjoy your stay. I am doing just fine. We're staking out some enemies before we deal with a boss. Come on. Yeah, it's kind of stinky, but whatever. Ah, yes, fire spells only. In the rain. So, while I'm in rain, I take a 10% debuff to my damage in this. Hold on. I'm going to go ahead and throw up the overlay right now. Because it's boss time. I'm sorry, that is illegal. You cannot do that. That should not have been an active hitbox video game. Alright, let's get the spine ready. Okay, got that codex entry. I'm sorry. How many illegal hits are you gonna make, game? Thank goodness. Harder boss, less death. Easier boss, more death. Okay, let me catch up on chat before I forget. Okay, most of this is directed between two people. Sinful Seraph says you have yet to fully play Elden Ring. You feel like you're studying at the moment. You are. I should say you're looking at a mod of Elden Ring and not just Elden Ring itself. Elden Ring stuff would be quite a bit easier or cheesier to like deal with. As in, there are more things you could do to break bosses earlier, whereas, you know, in Reforged, which is the mod I'm playing, you kind of more or less have to do things the way you're supposed to do them, and that could be both good and bad, honestly. Mr. Jason says, but yes, Mr. Coin, Sinful Seraph appearing here has reminded you of something. Her Majesty Bumblebubs may be from America, similar to you, Mr. Coin, but you see huge potential in her community in Discord, and you're going to, over time, UKify her Discord community. It makes sense, considering that she is a royal, and the UK also has royals. That's fair. That's fair. I mean, if she's willing to go along with it, that's got to be the big takeaway. If she's not willing to go along with it, then don't do that. But I know you wouldn't do anything that Bumblebubs wouldn't ask you to or wouldn't give you permission to do, more than anything.
Shall I let my hand share them with me?
Let's buff our health here.
Your thoughts, your ambitions.
Okay, do I need it to be nighttime for any other reason? No, not right now. So we're gonna make it morning, and I'll go ahead and plug in the next split. Okay. Sorry about that. Just had to log some information into the splits counter underneath me. I'm using a hit counter manager to help me with this, track deaths and everything. And while I know that technically you could just make a death counter anywhere, I want more precise information with mine. And so that means I want, you know, I want the ability to track my deaths per split and be able to separate it between stuff that happens, you know, on the way there versus stuff that's happening, you know, at the bosses themselves. Like, I want that information. So I've opted to bring out the actual hit counter manager and just, you know, treat the numbers like they're referring to deaths. Mr. Jason says, indeed, Mr. Coin, in her Discord, you are the Royal Hive Architect main role, as well as the personal advisor to HRH Queen Bumblebub's sub role, and Chief Justiciar of the Supreme Bee Court sub role. Thanks to Sheba for the second sub role. You have many badges in that kingdom, good sir. Is what I'll have to say about that. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. I really appreciate everyone's time that they've spent here. It means the world to me. It would also mean the world if you could electrify my algorithm by following my Twitch channel, subscribing to my YouTube channel, liking the video and or streams on YouTube, and even leaving a comment. Doing all of those things ensures that when I zap your feeds with a live or a long-form content notification, you don't have to worry about missing any quality content. Thank you guys for sitting through that. It's the part of content creation I don't particularly care for, but it's got to get done. If you guys like the content, please do consider following or subscribing, depending on where you're looking at it. It really does help. We do take commercial breaks around here at the top of each and every hour. So in about 3.5 minutes from now, we are going to be taking our first break for the day. Across from me, when that time comes, there will be a timer that reads 3 minutes and 0 seconds. And during that time, I will be getting up from my computer. The ads will play then, and you know, I'll be getting a stretch. I highly encourage everyone to do the same thing. Makes the break pass by faster. Makes it pass by faster. But spend the time however you like. But when that time does read 3 minutes or 0 minutes and 0 seconds, I will have returned to my desk and we can pick up where we left off. A nice free signs. Maybe I didn't need to grind quite yet. Mr. Jason says, indeed, good sir, many badges, but also someone reputable enough to wear the badges. Too true. Too true. You also have the person responsible for Cointent badge. Indeed. Indeed. Person responsible for Cointent. Is that going to be like an official role everywhere? Are you going to incorporate that as a badge you have in other Discord servers you moderate for? Don't care, I'm just curious. Yeah, I want you not waving a torch, silly little torch around. There we go. Now the cart has stopped. Bye-bye. Welcome back, Angie Philosopher. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and I do hope you enjoy your stay. You've come into the commercial break about happening shortly. Not here yet, but it will be in about 2 minutes. But otherwise, we are on our way to the Dragon Burnt Ruins in order to clear those out. Mr. Jason says, it depends, good sir. If it is possible to make it work as a stick measuring contest, maybe. Understandable. Look, there's nothing wrong with a good stick measuring, just don't get carried away. There's the Herm, my staff is bigger than yours, and there's the, oh yeah, this thing just happens to like come out of comparisons being made. Two completely different things. Look, if you're gonna sit there and get burnt, well, I'm gonna sit there and burn. This game sometimes, the hostile enemy and NPC interactions are absolutely wild. Sometimes. Why am I being aggroed? Is it because of you? Think so. What else could I be aggroed by? Well, that doesn't particularly matter. See you guys after the break. Sorry about that, everybody. I am back. Let's see where we are on the apps. We'll catch up with chat, and then we'll keep moving. No activity. Of course. Of course this would happen. I don't want this. No, I don't want to do that. There we go. That's all I wanted, was to do this. Hello back. You're Angry Philosopher. And welcome to another episode of Angry Philosopher Tube, where I show you all of the absolutely aggressive philosophies and ideologies out there. I'm joking, of course. I am joking. And I do apologize if that comment or joke was a teeny tiny bit abrasive, but that particular sentence just made me think of something witty to say, and I thought I would try to be witty. I'm not always the best at that. So sorry. Let's see. Green and red apps. No, we're good on both fronts. Okay. We don't really need the... Wow, I can't believe they're here. Alright, game. Would you like them to all die? And sorcerer spotted. This is a great time to, like, pull out some smaller spells. Do I absolutely need to kill these guys? No, but I want to. And that is something I totally can do. If this were an actual bona fide hitless run, I would maybe think about not doing that, because that is just, that's asking to get hit unnecessarily. Something that I have watched Couch Jockey, Gino Machino, Squillakilla, Lazy Donut runs, I think is his new name now. Don't even think about it. And Slippery Susie and several others that were doing Dark Souls 3 challenge runs back in the day. I learned a lot of what not to do from them. And, you know, as additional background, Elden Ring is not the only game that I have challenge run. I'm choosing the time to kind of like... Dagnabbit. I have also challenge ran Dark Souls 3 before. I had two different runs. One was whip only, which of course was hell. I had like 136 hits, and that was a bona fide hitless run back then. That one went okay, and then I had a much better New Game Plus Dark Spells only hitless run that I got down to 6 hits in. It was 6 or 16. I can't remember which one that it was, but I have challenge ran other games before, and I would like to say that my Dark Spells New Game Plus was one of my better. Was one of my better challenge runs. This was one of the reasons I made sure to specifically get this Dragon Communion seal, by the way, even if it isn't like best in show, right? Which it's not. You know, the heavy attack is pretty good if slow, but it deals fire damage. That's the most important part. It deals fire damage. Which means I can use it. I can always use my fists. But it is nice when all of my actual attacks can fit the channel branding to say, or the run branding to say the least. You burn. So, how was everyone's weekend? For those that maybe, like the last weekend, I hope everyone had a nice weekend. And I hope folks, I hope folks have fun plans waiting for them tonight. I don't know about fun, but I will say that I am going to billiards hall tonight as a part of like getting out of the house more often, so I'm a little bit less stir crazy. I'm sort of a homebody. I kind of don't know what touching grass is. I do it every couple of weeks, but I don't just regularly go outside, more or less. So it you know, I am taking time to touch some more grass. I need to. Hearing about the Forbidden Files all day and other crazy kooky stuff is driving me, you know, absolutely ape shit. Sorry for my French. Angie Philosopher says, outside sounds dangerous. It is dangerous. I will grant you that. But more and more every single day, I am finding that the internet is being set up in such a way that it behaves like Cyberpunk 2077. If you guys don't know what the premise for that whole series is, or you know, places like Shadowrun or even old DOS games from like the 90s, you know, back when the internet was nascent. The internet was considered a dangerous place, and it could kill you. You could literally die when you're hooked up to the internet. Now, maybe there aren't like brain jacks or anything. The closest to a brain jack we could say is, you know, there's a test subject for someone having Starlink connections implanted in his brain. Like there's a guy that's, you know, been maintaining the implants. He was a willing test subject. But that's, I not mean to turn that on, but that's really about it. Yeah, that's really about it. But in other cases, you know, like especially in Shadowrun, you know, you are sending a projection of yourself into the, you know, deeper fragments of the web. You can die if you brain jack. You're not supposed to be able to die, but you certainly can. The internet is just a very, I hate these bugs. Please come down so I can just torch you. Thank you. But yeah, the internet is getting to be a semi-dangerous place now. And you know, that's just exposure. That's not even counting, you know, propaganda campaigns, social media addiction, things of that nature. The more insidious aspects of the internet that would only manifest in normal social interactions when you spend months or even years among people doing the same things. Sorry, kind of a rant, I know, but the comment about, you know, outside being dangerous made me think of that. My mind just kind of went Jimmy Neutron brain blast mode, and I thought about those things.
You must be the new Tani. dragon roosts there, and it's as fearsome as it is majestic. So, unless you're mad or wish to be burned alive, stay clear of the lake. Don't be a fool. Turn back before it's too late.
I did not mean to do that.
Don't be a fool.
And now I have to go, well, maybe I don't. Actually, that's probably not enough to worry about. Alright, let's, fix that and adjust inventory accordingly. What is it? Bloody Finger Hunter Yura? I think that's his name? Yeah, oh, his quest is one of the better written ones in this game, and that, I'm speaking of baseline Elden Ring when I say that. You deal with him at two different distinct times. And something I'll point out a lot, or that I will point out, is that Elden Ring also likes to reuse NPCs, either after they die or something happens and it completely, changes them in some way. I think it's really cool that the same NPC can be just reskinned over and given a slightly different voice, and all of a sudden you've got a new NPC. I think that's really cool. Huge time saver. Let me... There we go. Free aiming. Everyone just loves free aiming. Beautiful. Why am I going over here when the Dragon Burnt Ruins are like here? We got the painting from the artist shack up here, and I want to get that. I want to get the item for that before time. Ow. Okay, let's not die. That would have been awful. Yay, and 10 signs of the all-knowing. These became a lot more worth it to find, in Reforged, because there are signs of the all-knowing attached to them now. All of the chairs have that tech in them. So if you're like, oh man, I really need to find some more signs, try completing a painting. You might be surprised at what you'll find. Guess while I'm here, I'm wanting to find rune pieces. I think there's one in this direction. Just gotta watch out for that hole. Mr. Jason says, something that you've always thought of, Mr. Coin. Some of the Legend of Zelda games are really good, and some games are the Wand of Gamlon. But all the Legend of Zelda games, no matter what your favorite or least favorite one is, they have one thing in common. What's that? They all have that one minigame or side quest that makes you want to yeet insert controller out of the window. Too true. Too true. In Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask, it is the archery minigames, by far. The shooting galleries, yeah, those really suck. Let's see, in Twilight Princess, which I know, I'm thinking of like minigames I've actually played through before. It's not the claw shot minigame. That one's actually fairly straightforward, if a bit stressful. I think it's like the cuckoo minigame? Yeah, like the flight minigame. Something like that. Oh, roll goal. Yeah, that one. Oh, yes, that one makes me literally break controllers. A lot. It makes me break controllers a lot. Skyward Sword had the Fruit Ninja minigame that was kind of rough. It was a neat concept, but I didn't much care for it. And then Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom have like their own minigames that are kind of infuriating. Make sure I've not missed something. Yeah, no, we're good. We're good here. I need to go faster, not, you know, speed of snail. Careful. There's nothing wrong with using the terrain. I'll definitely speak a bit more in a second. We had 2 dogs, weren't there? There we go. Got that one. Mr. Jason says, when Mr. Jason was younger back in the day, Mr. Jason found Gerudo horseback archery to be the worst, but a close second was the Lon Lon Ranch Horse Time Trial to unlock the cow. Oh yeah, oh my god, that's infuriating. Just the amount of tight turns and corners, and maybe even more than that, was the finickiness in which, you know, leaping over the hurdles, like how finicky leaping over the hurdles was. A lot of cases, if you just were not looking head on at the hurdle, you would not jump it. I have save stated and rewound that particular one just so many times. It's not even funny. Both on camera and off camera, because I've played rando on camera, I can actually say that. But getting the cow was not all that fun. IMO. Do I want to show this? I will show opening it, but I do not necessarily want to show the effects of opening it, so I will do this. So not this. It's the room, it's the sealed room. So it's this spot here. There's a chest in here. And this chest will trap you. If you were to fall victim to that, you would end up, well, it's going to be off my map, but you would end up somewhere over here inside of a mine with way tougher enemies in it. It's a really sick trap because there's no way to detect trap chests like that. They don't have an off color or anything of the sort. You just have to know that the trap is there in the future. Dark Souls used to have mimic chests, but you could tell what those were. They were designed to deceive you at first, but once you opened a couple, you kind of got used to it. You either looked for the faulty little chain out in the front, you know, facing the wrong way, or you would look for the chest to look like it was breathing. If you used like binoculars on it or something, you could actually watch the lids of the mimic chest like move. You could tell they breathed. You cannot do this with teleporter chests. That's just not a thing. They're not monsters. They're just objects. Kind of insidious. But that's fine. Mr. Jason says, as usual, Mr. Coin is a treasure trove of knowledge.
Another one?
Nope. Wrong one. Thank you, good sir. I just happen to know a lot of Dark Souls knowledge. Not all of it, and I don't remember all of it. But I do know quite a bit, yes. I played the Dark Souls games rather obsessively. I, at one point, streamed Dark Souls Prepare to Die Edition. I have streamed Dark Souls 3. I attempted to make a Let's Play of Dark Souls 3. Did not really get that off the ground. This was back when I was maintaining an active World of Warcraft subscription, which was years ago. Very many years ago. I then challenge ran Dark Souls 3 and got 2 challenge runs off the ground. I did not actually, actually complete them hitless, but I did get something out of them. I got a lot of technical knowledge and skill for having done those things. And I do not regret my Dark Souls challenge running for even a second. I do not regret any of that for a single second. I would not have the skill set that I have in Elden Ring without, or the propensity for doing challenge runs like these without having done that in Dark Souls 3 first. Okay. Completed. I believe we've murked everything in there without dying. What's next on my notebook? Do I want to do it this way? Let's see, can I level up first? I can. I'm thinking about whether or not I want to tackle the flying dragon. I think I want more stats before I do that. So I think our next goal is gonna be what I have listed in my notebook. But before doing that, however, I would like to continue wrapping up around the outside of the ruins here, because there are 1 or 2 things we can grab. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, do you remember when Pokemon Legends Arceus first released, good sir? Vaguely. Mr. Jason had 2 pre-orders of the game from Nintendo UK with an Arceus figurine, and you almost didn't bother with the Hisuian Pokeball cartridge case. Because it was an Amazon UK exclusive pre-order bonus, but Nintendo UK a week or so before release added listings with that item, and so they twisted Mr. Jason's arm to get 2 more pre-orders of the game with Nintendo. Well, I mean, that would make you what? The owner of 4 copies of Pokemon Legends Arceus? Let's see, 2 pre-orders from the UK with the Arceus figurine. Yeah, okay, my math was right. 4 copies. Was the Hisuian Pokeball cartridge case worth it? I guess is what I will ask there. Was that worth it? Just curious, of course. Flame Surge is Surge O Flame is so good. Oh, I'm glad to hear it. Out of curiosity, have there ever been items out of a pre-order package that turned out to very much not be worth the additional cost of the pre-order? I've never pre-ordered something with additional merch before that wasn't generally worth it, but I have heard of many people who have had that experience before. I want the item here in case anyone's wondering what the heck I'm doing. I think this is either like a significant item or it's a bunch of runes. Mr. Jason says, no, good sir. Pre-order bonuses are free with the game. Well, sure. I guess maybe I have not clarified what I meant then. What I mean to say is, have you ever had a sentiment from a pre-order bonus before where you were like, well, at least it's free. I can't say I like it, but at least it's free. I imagine probably not, because you wouldn't pre-order something that, you know, wasn't worth your while, or it wasn't something you particularly cared for in the first place, but not particularly, good sir. Understandable. And of course I'm poisoned. Let's cleanse that off before that's a problem. And crab. Random crab showing up. Alright, Mr. Krabs. Who wants Mr. Krabs a la mode? I don't, but I'm sure somebody would. Oh, it's an Arteria leaf. That was not at all worth it. Not even a little bit. That was totally worth it.
It's just asinine.
Right. Anyway, let us not waste more time here. And instead... yeah, no, I'm fine doing things the way I'm doing them. I'm having to, like, do a lot of internal head checks, and this is, like, the time to do that when we're routing the game, right? Because once we're done routing, I don't want to be second-guessing where I'm going. I want to be going and going and gone.
Shall I let my hand share them with me?
I think once our vigor is up to 19, I will feel fine tackling a Geel. I want health for that. For the time being, we're gonna come over not this way. We want to be going north. Oh, is it here? Fun fact, in base Elden Ring, there are actually some random mobs that are flying around. I need to be careful because I just got spotted. There are random mobs that when you attack and kill them, they become rune bears. I might attack a rune bear and die just so I can show you what kind of absurd thing we're fighting or why you don't want to attack them. Sometimes they'll contain items, and unfortunately we'll have to kill those. Rune bears, even in Reforged, with the rune amounts buffed, they're almost never worth going after. There's just not enough. There's not enough incentive to getting beat up that much. There really isn't. Maybe I'll find the one I'm referencing in Limgrave, and I'll show you why. There are also some rune bears in this Mistwood area down here, and I could attack one and show you guys. Rune bears are hella dangerous. Just whether they're out in the wild or as, you know, real bosses, it doesn't much matter. Mr. Jason says, and the Hisuian Pokeball cartridge case is quite interesting, actually, good sir. For you see, it expanded your personal theory of if there will be 3 Pokemon Legends games in total. You see, good sir, the desk in one of the trailers for Pokemon Legends Arceus contained 3 books, and the Hisuian Pokeball cartridge case also has 3 slots. Yeah, I could see a 3rd one. Now, oh, yep. See, you can't, I can't even, like, take a drink. Like, you can't do that in this game. You will get punished for that. Now, the question one has to ask, nice, is, did Pokemon Legends Z to A perform well enough to justify completing the trilogy? Is that a thing that can happen? Or, you know, was there too much lost money on something like that? Mr. Jason says it did. I do remember Pokemon Legends Z to A selling quite a few copies, but also kind of having mixed reception and selling less copies after like a week. On your Nintendo Switch too. Yeah, and of course that's something else as well, is like, you know, if Nintendo Switch 2 sales are not, if they're not happening at the rate that they need to be for them to justify making more games on it, and or they're beginning to port more retro games, instead of making actual new games, I wonder if people are gonna hop ship from the Switch 2 if the Power World debacle didn't already do, have them do that. Hashtag not sponsored by Snapple. I'm drinking some peach tea. This stuff is delicious. I like it a lot. I've always enjoyed a good Snapple beverage. It's only lately that I've gotten enough of a kick off of them that it feels a bit more justified putting them on the grocery bill to be stocked in the house. Okay, we probably should get rid of the Miranda flowers first. Burn that one and it'll stop emitting the... Oh, and these blossoms are... These Miranda blossoms, the big one, they have a Lloyd's Talisman effect on their white beams that they emit out. Yeah, and the Lloyd's Talisman effect blocks you from using your flasks. That's like a baseline effect in Elden Ring, if I remember right. Which is just wild. So if you don't underestimate the Miranda blossoms, yes, their attacks are avoidable, but if you're not careful and you get tagged with one of those white beams at a really bad time, you can be out of the area of effect, but if you're not paying attention, you get tagged by one and you get struck really hard, well, that could be the thing that, does you in. And I do mean that. It could be the thing that actually causes a death to occur. And no one wants that. That's bad. You don't want that happening. Give me 1 second. Mr. Jason said... Uh-oh. Now, let me not stand in that. This coin is not... Hashtag not sponsored by whatever Mr. Coin just said. Too true. And then Mr. Jason goes on to say, speaking of Pokemon Legends, good sir, in the most recent Pokemon Legends Z to A, you did a whole lot of research into your Pokemon team. You chose Tepig, Fire in that game because you had Chespin, Grass in Pokemon X, and Froakie in Pokemon Y. And then one of your team members was Crocodile, which was also from your Pokemon X team, and Noivern, which was from your Pokemon Y team. Also in Pokemon X, you last saved your game in Hotel Richisme. I know that's not. I'm pretty sure it's Richisme, but home of the Lady Jacinth in Pokemon Legends Z to A. Ah, yes, I was wondering where the connection to X and Y was coming from. Now I understand. I had forgotten that nice little detail. I don't think so. You're getting a full blast of this to your face, Miranda Blossom. Oh, I guess I should put Waypoint Ruins on here too. These are technically a thing. These are separate from the actual like encounter you can find here. Mr. Jason says, with all due respect, good sir, Mr. Jason will never let you forget about Lady Jacinth and a million other things. Too true. Too true. Let's unlock these ruins. And the ruins are... This is why I didn't want to track these ruins, because they kind of have to be completed by going down here and defeating the Mad Pumpkin Head anyway, but who am I to judge? And Mr. Jason says, if you somehow forget to remind me, the good sir Mr. Rasby will remember. Perhaps. Perhaps. Or maybe he'll allow me to forget. You never know. Not too hard, just gotta not you know, get hit long enough to summon spirits, really. Mr. Jason says, since his head looks crown-like, a shorter name would be the Pumpkin. Unfortunately, I wish I could do that. I cannot. There are streamers that do this. I think they make the splits confusing when they name them things like that, because there's with a name like the Pumpkin, you can't tell if it's a unique instance of the enemy or someone's just having fun and memeing along until you see the split for yourself. There's information trade-offs for doing that, but I could do something like that. Angie Philosopher says insane value from the bleed by the wolves. Yes, I definitely think that as well. And also, the bleed visual got changed somewhere along the way. I don't remember when this happened, but it's new to me. Where apparently a bleeding individual gets like this red aura around them. With particle effects coming off of them, which is cool. I'm just not used to that. I don't know when that might have happened, because it wasn't up until 9 patches ago, roughly, that I started playing Reforged again, or started doing the routing again.
I wonder you should turn up here. I am Selen, a sorcerer, quite plainly. Why are you here? A yen for glintstone sorceries. I dare say your proclivities are far from ideal. Oh well, perhaps nurture will defy nature, with a bit of luck. But one must choose one's masters wisely. I was exiled from the Academy of Rea Lucaria as a reviled, apostate witch. Do you still wish to learn from me? Well, you are a piece of work. Very well. You are now my protege in glintstone sorcery. But I refuse to coddle or cast kind words. Never. Anticipate grievances, young apprentice.
Angie Philosopher says, that means that the successive bleeds deal increased damage. Ah, okay, that's what that means. Good to know. Which means if I get bled once, I kind of don't want to get bled again. Assuming that the effects are the same between player and enemy bleeds. I don't want to get caught with 2 bleeds in a row, or I'm probably dead. Mr. Jason says, by the way, Mr. Coin, I hope I'm not missing one. Don't think I am. As you no doubt know, Mr. Jason really appreciates Lady Jacinth, but there is one part of her battle theme that Mr. Jason is not fond of. Oh. Okay, interesting. I'm sure you'll come back to that statement in a second. That reminds you, good sir. Did I know that Mr. Jason has an open Pokeball Plus that still contains a Mew? Yes, I am in fact aware of that. It was nagging around in the back of my mind, but I am aware of it. A bit more aware of it now. I'm not going to purchase any sorceries yet. I do need to purchase a few of these for dialogue later. But, like dialogue required to move quests around. But we have in fact completed that particular split. What's next? Southward Overlook. Oh, that's the encampment, right? I think that's an encampment. Let's see if I'm right. Mr. Jason says, I like reminding you of random things at times. Although just chilling with you is interesting. You just add additional interesting to the stream. You do, Mr. Jason. You fill a very unique role that I could never fill myself. And that is jokester. I'm not a good one of those. Let's see if I can't, I can extract a level up. When's the next one due? In 50. Okay. I just need one of these. And if our vigor is at 19, we'll break this up by,
Share them with me.
Okay, we're 2 points away. Alright, let's keep going with what we were doing then. But when our vigor does hit 19, I will, we'll go ahead and take out a flying dragon. Gil's a pretty good goal that I would like to achieve by the end of today's stream. As a bit of bookkeeping, I'm not going to be able to stay past 5 o'clock or 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time tonight. I do need to be already out the door by then. I've got, I do have some cleanup and other stuff I need to do before the billiards game tonight. I got to make sure I'm prepared for that, so I need the time after stream for such things. Where was this again? Right, that's in the opposite direction. I literally went the wrong way. Let's fix that. Mr. Jason says, but yes, good sir, your loft is probably in Aladdin's cave of merchandise and games and many other things that you've probably forgotten. Ah, so you're your office / collection room is the Cave of Wonders. Is that what I'm getting at? Is that what we're coming to find out? You would call it the Cave of Wonders? Which is totally fine, by the way. I was just curious. I think the only thing my office is an actual Cave of Wonders on is my ability to keep the walls bare. Mr. Jason says, you don't know about a cave, but the wonders are right here. I appreciate that. And they are also in your office. That much is true. Oh, I'm about to head the wrong way. Let's not do that. And it's raining again. Ah, this game is quite something. I hate the rain with this build. And when I have mapped out a little bit, I have mapped out a little bit of the lightning spells only run before. And when I'm running those kinds of spells, the game loves to not rain whatsoever. So the game is just, I don't think it's sentient or anything, but I do find it infuriating that when I whip out the right tools, the game seems to behave, or behave a little bit too well when I actually want it to, like, muck around and screw up, but I don't know. Ah, Starlight Shards. These are used later in for a special item, a special talisman that we can get, and because it's an all content run, I do need to get that talisman. So we will be wandering the fields a lot to get it. Mr. Jason says, but more often than not, if you have something, there is probably at least a second one. Which is good. I mean, redundancy is good, and you know, makes sense given that you collect this type of stuff. Wow. Okay, this should be like you know, shooting fish in a barrel. Up there, if you're wanting to play with sorceries, is an Academy Scroll. You'll want this. Mr. Jason says, or in the case of Paper Mario, the 1,000-Year Door for the Nintendo Switch, Mr. Jason has one and then 6 sealed copies that you have somehow misplaced. You don't know how. Frick. Sorry. That was really strong for no reason at all. I did not mean to. Heck, nabbit. This went all kinds of south real quick. Okay. See, is that one attacking me? No, but it is... No, they're not facing that direction. Okay. We could just, take care of that guy that already got triggered over there, and then we should be good to go. Mr. Jason says, but yes, you really don't know how you misplaced 6 games. I mean, if the collection room is kind of, you know, disorganized, or, you know, there's just a lot of stuff in it, I could see how you could misplace 6 games. I could easily see that. I guess I'll ask, you know, how organized would you say your collection room is? Do you have labels for everything? Do you have curated areas where stuff is? You've told me about the Switch and the switches in the TV, as well as some stuff where the other stuff around that area. But I don't know what level of organization you keep. Mr. Jason says you're more organized than the TCC. IRL, you're kind of lazy. Fair. Fair. I don't begrudge anyone for that. You know, we all have places where we're organized, and then we have places where we're not. I don't like doing laundry. I know it has to get done, but that doesn't mean I like doing it. Or that I like putting away laundry. I have had stuff sit in baskets for like a week before, or 2 weeks. That's how much I dislike, you know, doing laundry, but I've tried to get better about that. At the very least, have the laundry in like a consistent place where I know I have access to it. Stuff like that. You just remembered something, Mr. Jason says. What's that?
You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
I know I've already chatted away about you guys supporting me for free. You all being here is enough for me, but if you want to support my work further and more directly, I have a couple of easy options for you. Available to everyone through either Twitch or YouTube. You can check right under the Twitch video player in the About Me section or the bottom of the YouTube description. Once on the link tree, Patreon will have a peace-shaped logo, Coffee has a panel, Kick, Twitch, and YouTube have icons next to each other. My Instagram, Blue Sky page, and Discord server take up the remaining icons. Available only to those on Twitch are the other easy options. The bits purchases at the top banner on twitch.tv, spendable for any of the power-up rewards or as direct bits donations on Twitch, or the subscribe button near the chat panel. You'd take my heart out of its Faraday cage if you click on that Patreon or the coffee. But again, you guys simply being here is enough. Thanks for listening to that stuffy and boring explanation. Now, back to the content. Thank you guys for sitting through that. It's the part of content creation I don't care for, but I appreciate my audience being willing to sit through that. And thank you guys for hanging out with me today so far. We do take commercial breaks around here. In about 3.5 minutes, we'll be taking the next one for the day. Across from my head, when the time comes, in the upper left-hand corner, there will be a timer that reads 3 minutes and 0 seconds. I actually think it's the top middle, if I remember where I've placed the timer. Actually, I should start saying that. There, like I was saying, there's a timer, and when the timer starts, you know, I will be up and away from my desk. The ads will start playing, and you know, I'll be around getting my stretches and stuff. I highly encourage you guys to do the same thing. It'll make the time pass by faster, but do feel free to spend the time in whatever way you like. Regardless of how you choose to do so, when the timer reads 0 minutes and 0 seconds, I will be back at my desk, and we can pick right back up where we left off. Mr. Jason says, oh, you just remembered something? You helped the amazing Sinful Seraph fix a small issue on Bumblebub's end. On channel, excuse me. They, like you, are Bumblebub's lead moderator on the channel, and they had a sword, not the hammer, that you have. So you said, try clearing your cache. And then the hammer appeared, and then we managed to fix an issue with some notifications that Bumblebubs had set up, and it turned out that the bot needed moderator to make the announcements. Nice. It feels good to solve problems. Even if they're very small problems, it does feel good to solve them. You go on to say, you're very grateful and honored to be a lead moderator for Bumblebubs. You are pleased to be Sinful Seraph's equal, although you did originally feel a little bad because you're not someone to come in and usurp people who have been there before you. I don't think you should see it that way. I think it is you came in, Bumblebubs liked what you were offering, made you a moderator, like as part of the deal, right? And you've been very useful. You've worked very hard to help her out. And hopefully other mods also kind of see the same thing and don't begrudge you for what you're doing. I realize pettiness and vengefulness can kind of be a real problem, but because I kind of get the other point of view or other side in this too, but I think at the end of the day there are too many bigger things to worry about for there to be issues regarding that. Mr. Jason says, indeed, you just consider Seraph a good friend of yours now, so you didn't want to push them out. They will always be the head moderator. So sorry, guys. See you after the commercial break. Sorry about that, everybody. I am back. Let's catch up on where we were with the apps. Okay, green and red don't have anything on them. And thank you for the welcome back, good sir, Mr. Jason. Hopefully I never have to pause this game long enough for there to be issues. The pause function is very, it's fine for short periods. You don't want to pause for long periods. I've had the game paused for like upwards of 20 minutes before, and Elden Ring Reforged does not like that. Eventually I just kind of have to like forcibly quit the game when that happens. So this game baseline does not have a pause function. Like none of the Dark Souls games have it. That's part of what makes them more difficult. But and generally it's not too terrible. We just didn't have time-sensitive mechanics before Elden Ring, where now, you know, having a pause function would be nice. Welcome on in, Mr. Tension. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I do hope you enjoy your stay. Tension asks, how's the progress going, Mr. Coin? Glad you asked. We just finished with the Southward Overlook, and now we are getting ready to move on to our next stop. Which is not what I think it is. Do I have what I need for this part? Maybe? Maybe. Maybe not. Let me see if I can't find like 1 or 2 rune pieces for moving on. Sorry, I'm kind of looking around intensely to find like a collectible, and you don't always get to find them. I think there was one in this direction. Let's see if I'm right. Because we had the Starlight Shard over there, and I think along one of these locations behind a rock is a rune piece. I may have already collected it, in which case, you know, I'm gonna kick myself. Or nope, that is a Erdleaf flower. But to succinctly answer your question, we are making good progress today. At least I like to think so. We're just short of where I would like to say we've at least gone for today, and that is the Flying Dragon Agile. Mr. Jason says, also, Mr. Coin, in the Pokemon Legends Arceus Reveal trailer, the top book on the aforementioned desk was pertaining to that game. There was a blue book under it and then a green book on the bottom. And Mr. Coin, Pokemon Legends Z to A is green. So the blue book, right, would be the third game. Do I have that right? You're hoping so, good sir? Ah, very well. I guess we'll find out. How go your adventures? Thank you for the redemption, Mr. Shiny. Welcome on in. Good to see you, good sir. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I do hope you enjoy your stay. We are just gearing up to fight a dragon, is what we're doing. I feel like a medium stakes fight. You might like this one. Dragons in this game are pretty cool, at least the first couple of times you can see them. But to go back to Mr. Tension, how go your adventures in 100%ing the Zelda titles? I believe you're on, I believe you're working on Twilight Princess HD. How go those adventures? Mr. Shiny says, I hope the task won't drag on for too long. Ooh, I also need to think about getting the other spell. The tension says yes. Okay. Glad to see it was at least right there.
Well, I took you for no matter it's out your own.
Still missing what I need to kind of cut through the dragon's hide, though. Oh well. Let's see if I can't squeeze out 2 levels from this. I'm probably not gonna get 2 levels, but I'm gonna try. And sheath, repeating thrust. Yep. Okay. Mr. Tension says you got the boomerang and at Kakariko Village now. Ah, very well. Hard at work then. I don't know if I like this scarab. I've never liked it, but I don't see a reason to sell it. It could be useful later. I don't think I'm gonna be getting 2 levels out of what I have here. I think I'll only be getting 1 level, but 18 vigor should be okay. Should be. We're gonna find out. Do I have what I need to purchase this incant? No, I'm 500 off. Do I want to get that now?
May the golden order.
Maybe. That might be worth grabbing here for like future incoming bosses. And I know just how we can get the 500 too. So before we deal with a Geel, and we can get another, like another talisman doing things like this. Okay, how did I get down from here? Right over here. This is what we're looking for. This right here. Or... Wait, no, hold on. I know there's a rune piece on top of that. Thinking. Maybe we want to do something like this, actually. Yeah, something like this. Dang it. If I'd been on the right spell to begin with, I wouldn't have gotten hit there. You guys might also like the Alabaster Lord. I think the Alabaster Lords are pretty cool. You get a weapon art for killing this particular one that's really cool. I'm sure he'll actually use it on us. Like you get to see it for yourself. Well, let's fight this right now. And I'm glad I put his name here because his name is titled. This thing uses gravity magic and a big, giant, long sword. Let's see if I can get him to do it. There's the move right there where he stabs the ground. Yeah, that's gravitas. Yep, that move right there is gravitas. It's a really nice weapon art to have, actually. And gravity arts and spells have this unique feature. I'll get hit on purpose here. Where if you get struck by a gravity move or gravity well, it will actually pull you towards the source of the gravity well. It's kind of cool. You just gotta be careful. These guys are not a joke. Let's see. Catching back up on chat, Mr. Jason says, "Oh, Mr. Coin, there was a Fakemon graphic with a police-like Pokemon back when Pokemon Sword and Pokemon Sword and Sword." I love that. Yes, Pokemon Sword and Pokemon Sword were coming out. The first one was called Well Well, and the second one was called What's All, and the final evolution was This Den. Well, well, what's all this den? My God. Mr. Jason says, British police usually say, well, well, what's all this then? I put two and two together. Welcome on in, ASL Z3W on the Red app. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I do hope you enjoy your stay. You have come in to us routing Elden Ring Reforged, Deathless, all content, fire spells only. How are you doing? I hope things are going well for you. Mr. Tension says Resident Evil 9 is coming out. You remember buying the first one on PS1? Yeah, I saw some ordinary gamers cover that too. Like he's talked about the game. I know he is not exactly a well-purported man, but you know, that is where I got the information from. I hear it's quite good. ASL says it's coming out. Maybe he got like a pre-release copy. Could not tell you. Either that, or I'm about to learn that that was the biggest dose of clickbait ever seen. That I'm pretty sure. I saw it on my YouTube feed on my phone. I'm pretty sure that's the title of the video. It was like, you know, I beat X game and it's awesome. Something like that. Mr. Jason says, GG for finding my your deliberate mistake. As always. Yes, indeed. The deliberate mistake is here. Cool. We actually have what we need to upgrade the catalyst now. I was wondering, I should have come by here earlier for that, actually. Nah. Oh, thank God we had the properties for that. Okay, are there any rune pieces over here? I don't think so. Yeah, I definitely don't like the look of this one. I can tell you that right now. In real life, I would actually probably pass out. I do have, I believe it's called agoraphobia. It's either agoraphobia or acrophobia. It's one of those. But I do have a fear of heights in real life. I can't handle, I can handle like sheer heights off of cliffs, but only if I don't look down. If I look down, then I'll think about it and I'll pass out. Mr. Jason says this horse also almost jumps as high as the Skyrim horse. Before or after taking into account seam walking, Mr. Jason? I'm glad I found those. Well, Resident Evil is not my cup of tea, but I do hope the ones that are excited about it do enjoy it. Oh, come on. Do I have to, like, do some weird stuff with the spring jump? I might. Oh, okay, no, we just had to angle it right. Mr. Jason says you would assume before. Mr. Jason has no idea of what you just said. Oh yeah, seam walking is just the, you know, you find a place where the collision is weird or the collision detection on an object is weird. And because it's weird or angled a certain way, you can walk up the seam where, you know, the collisions of objects or the collision on a surface is. That's all. Seam walking in a Nintendo-related context refers to specific speedrunning tactics in Ocarina of Time, where you will walk along the seam of something you should not be able to, mainly for out-of-bounds clipping purposes or acting as a shortcut, that kind of thing. Seam walking is like a game-agnostic term, strictly speaking. It's right here. ASL says it's coming out. I mean, I'm glad you're gushing about it, but I'm glad you're gushing out about that. I'm sure you know, watching the you know, state of play. I'm sure watching the state of play was quite a thrill for you, or you know, E3 or any other game expos as of late. Mr. Jason says, you do love, hello. You do love when streamers pick up on Mr. Jason's deliberate mistakes, right? It means we're on the same page regardless of whether, you know, the mistake was detected or not. Okay, the thing I actually wanted, though, was over here. Inside the cave. And you guys might recognize where this is. All dark and scary. Or the game will outright tell you where this is. That's right. We're back at the start in the Cave of Knowledge again. This is where we are. This is that spot we couldn't reach before. Now we're here on the backside where it leads out to the beach with the Alabaster Lord. Like, all the areas are interconnected if you let them be. Let's see. What's our level up status? Okay, we can level up again. Let's actually, I think popping out here would be better. So let's use this rest site. So outside of, like, Resident Evil 9, any other games you guys are excited for? I'm at least excited to see games. I may not be able to purchase any, but I am at least excited to see some. You know, I am excited for what'll be coming down the pipeline. You know, down the pipeline with the Zelda games, even if I can't play them. You know, I'm excited about I was excited about Metroid Prime 4. I'm trying to think of other things I may have been excited for. I was excited with Liza P. Overture and other stuff. Mr. Jason says, indeed. That reminds you, Mr. Coin. Mr. Jason actually canceled the game pre-order recently. Oh, do tell. If you were so interested in sharing. ASL says Goon Cocoon 4. What? Is that like an adult game or something? That's what that makes me think of. Unless we're talking like Goonies, like the Goonies definition of the word goon. Is it a noun or a verb? I need to know, because that kind of determines my reaction to that. The noun is eh. The verb is not quite so eh. But while people are sharing details, it is time to focus and lock the heck in. I'm sorry. What kind of illegal stuff is this? I'll be able to read all of the lovely, wonderful messages in after this fight. Promise. I hate this. I hate when you do this, Agil. Stop it. There we go. Ah, that was what I wanted right there, was that dragon heart. Thanks for the GGs. Let me go back and read all that now. Mr. Jason says, you chose to cancel your copy of Super Mario Bros. Wonder, Nintendo Switch 2 Edition, and meet up in Bella Bell Park because it's almost £20 more for a few additional characters and some multiplayer modes. If it was £5 or £10 more at a push, understandable, but £17 more? That's a yikes, even for Mr. Jason. Now, dragons are somewhat resistant to fire, so defeating a dragon with fire spells is kind of a big deal. Not all dragons use fire or breathe fire. Some breathe magic, some breathe ice. One or a couple use lightning or have lightning breath. There are all kinds of dragons in this game. Dragons are like a big deal in Elden Ring. If you like dragons or like fighting dragons, you will like Elden Ring. At least I think so. Regardless of whether we're talking about Reforged or we're talking about base Elden Ring. Okay, this is where we go over to this section of the map now, and we go set some stuff up over there. My nose, the tip of my nose is, it really... Okay. Like, I was willing to tolerate the... I was willing to tolerate the goon word. I was willing to put up with quite a bit, but that has got to be a remove followed by hide this user. Don't do that. This space might be an adult space, but I have limits on what I tolerate. Don't do that. I also have people here that are not exactly 18. So, just certain things you don't say. Mr. Jason says, but yes, good sir, that was definitely a yikes, even for you, the fairly frequent patron of Hotel Chocolat.
Shall I turn? Let my...
Indeed. Okay, Vigor at 19. Mind will also be going to 19. I think I only need to level up Endurance to a single point to get us up to 900 stamina, and then we can level Dexterity to 19. Because that will be like a casting speed breakpoint, where the animations will actually speed up a little bit. Dexterity does do that in Elden Ring. I believe it also does that a little bit in Dark Souls 3, but it's kind of janky that it does that. Or it's implemented in a jank way, according to code. And mods, there are mods that do considerably clean that up. Mr. Jason says, you like a bit more meat in your games. I do too. I like large games. I like games with expansive worlds like this. You can just get lost in them. You can immerse yourself in the carefully crafted world that the dev has provided to you. And although Miyazaki's work has not always been the best, but his direction, let me not let you do that. The thoughts he has or has had on paper are good ones. He would not be a successful, lead project game designer, game dev without having done that. I'm glad you agree, Mr. Tension. That doesn't mean large games are inherently good. I just happen to like them. That's all. Just to clarify stances. I don't mind the size of the game. Here's a good example, says Mr. Jason. Ah, that kind of meat. Oh my god, yes. The expansion packs are fine. When we're getting to DLC where everything is the exclusive Best Buy, yeah, I like the top picture. I do not like the bottom picture. And we're at the bottom picture. And I do not like that. I was able to see it. I just had to click on it. That's all. I had to not be talking for a second. Yes. And now we're getting to see enemy variants. Like a distinct enemy variant that does have a separate codex entry. The yellow dragonfly. I think the yellow ones, I want to say the yellow dragonflies drop dragonfly heads slightly more often, but I don't remember offhand if that is the case or not. A lot of the alternate color enemies have end up having the same or similar drop tables. Oh, you guys want to hear the origin of this one? Let me find it. Hold on. Nabbit, where is this?
Oh, a tree. Grant me suck.
You guys want to hear the origin? It's gonna come up really darn soon. Hello, game. Would you like to calm down? Wow. This dragonfly really thinks I'm over there, huh? Excuse me? What are you doing? What is this? I'm making noise. Ah. These things are annoying. Like, a lot annoying. All of them have this exact same behavior. Whether they're yellow, regular, the giant ones you'll see in Caelid, doesn't matter. They all act that same way, where they just zoom around like it's no one's business. It's annoying. I could say this from lots of personal experience. Man, my nose is itchy like crazy today. What is it? If your ear's itchy, there's gonna be financial news that regards you. And if you're, no, it's if your ear's itchy, people are talking about you. And if your nose is itchy, then financial news is coming along. I'll let it play one more time.
Hello? Is anybody there? Someone who might be interested in rescuing the great Kenneth Height, servant to the true order and celebrated repudiator of the false. Oh, Erdtree, grant me succor. Oh, Erdtree, grant me succor.
This is where it comes from.
You've come to lend me your aid, have you? Well, that's very kind, but no, the help is very much appreciated, even from a tarnished. Despite appearances, nobility is no prerequisite to serving the true order. You might have heard of me, Kenneth Height. Next in line is the rightful ruler of Limgrave, the Untarnished. I would have a boon of you. I want you to take back my fort. It lies to the south, beyond the Mistwood. The Knight Commander from Stormvale took it. A fool, and plumb mad to boot. Simply obsessed with blood. What are you waiting for? A kiss goodbye? My fort lies to the south, beyond the Mistwood. Take it back for me. Oh, I see. You wish to know the reward. Fret not. The great Kenneth Height is known for his considerable largesse. The celebrations will be lavish indeed upon the dawn of my fort's retrieval.
Mr. Tension said he said that super hard. Right? Sucker? Exactly. Yeah, this guy's a real hoot and a holler. I'll tell you what. This guy is the foppest of fops. Mr. Jason says if he's next in line for the throne, Kenneth is almost at the height of his power. That's a good one. Height. It's funny.
Yes. Now, allow me to furnish you with a little advice. I would take great care to avoid Godric's tarnished hunts were I in your shoes. That depraved lot were obsessed with sacrificing tarnished like you for the sake of grafting. Honestly, Godric's nothing more than a jumped-up country bumpkin. Lord? Oh, don't make me laugh. First, he hid himself amongst the womenfolk to flee the capital, then hid from Radahn in that castle. Then he insulted Melania, lost to her in battle, only to lick her boots rather than die like a man. Has he no shame, the big girl's blouse? And to think, he's the blood of Godfrey, last of the golden lineage. You almost wouldn't know it to look at him. Yeah, I almost feel sorry for the chap the more I think of it.
Thank you for the follow on the green app, by the way. We do keep those anonymous and sound free. Do enjoy your stay here on the channel. I would have alerts and stuff, but Twitch gets mad when I include those because it's seen as not including Twitch for the entirety of the experience. So I'm trying to straddle some middle line here. That is what I'll say about that. That's as much as I can say, but thank you for the follow again. And please do enjoy the complimentary emotes that go along with that over on Kick. Yeah, but that's Kenneth Height, everybody. Can now know where the grant me suck with 2 C's. You guys know where that line comes from now. When I heard that, and I heard how clean the sucker word was, S-U-C-C-O-R, I felt a compulsion to chop that word in half and do something funny with it. I do hope people have found that particular line very funny. Not all the time, of course, but I do hope people have found it funny to hear. At least a little bit.
Oh, Erdtree, grant me suck.
It's one of my best bits of audio engineering I've ever done. Not that I'm good at it or anything, which I'm not. But I am proud of having made such a clean cut in the dialogue processing for that. I also like that I've made the dialogue for that crisp, because you normally have issues with processing dialogue from uploads and stuff on YouTube. A lot of people don't turn the music off, so you're getting ambient noise when you try to get clean dialogue for soundboard related things. And unless you know what you're doing in audio, it's almost not worth it, if I'm being honest with you. Now, why the heck are we here instead of... Mr. Jason says, speaking of sounds, good sir, I'm glad that you have a good quality one now. But at the beginning, we had one that was able to... We had one sound that was able to tide us over for a while. Yes, yes. Too true. Too true. It's what happens when you don't get clean audio, okay? It's what happens when you're unable to get clean audio. You have to... You really gotta, like, I mean, not, you know, fall down. Let me not fall down off the cliff, please. All I want to do is avoid that. Let me avoid that consequence. Thank you very much, video game. Oh, that spot there has a rune bear in it. I can, I can show you guys how not worth it is to fight one. Stop raining. Ah, rain, rain, go away. Come back again some other day. I dislike this lot. Okay, so here is where we get a power spike, right here, very specifically. There is an item that you get here in the base game. If I'm remembering right. A lot of my brain has been muddled with Reforged, so, but I'm pretty sure this is vanilla. You get the, Flask of Wondrous Physic here. It's not this one. It's this item over here in the bowl. Flask of Wondrous Physic. And you put crystal tears in them. And they have effect. Generally speaking. The game will give you a crystal tear for free, and that is to restore half your health when you drink it. The tears almost always do this very specifically. Oh, hello, Melina.
Spoken echoes linger here. Words of Queen Marika, who vanished long ago. If you wish, I will share them with you. Very well. In Marika's own words, my lord, and thy warriors, I divest each of thee of thy grace. With thine eyes dimmed, ye will be driven from the lands between. Ye will wage war in a land afar, where ye will live and die. Well, perhaps that might serve you in lieu of a maiden's guidance.
Just stuck that one in there. And I actually, I need to, like, crank out the, like, video player dock for a second. I need to see something. Okay, we've hit the limit on what will be displayed in that particular dock. So let's try to resize this now, now that we're here. Maybe something like that. Yeah, that seems fine. Now everyone can hopefully see the splits and they're not struggling to read them. Okay. Let's go see a rune bear. I want you guys to see how rough it is to fight one of these when you don't get the jump on them. And even then, when you get the jump on them, it's not like they're gonna die or anything. So you do kind of get, you can still get owned even if you've got the upper hand. Just look at all those wolf corpses. Oh, don't come back over here. Man, you could have really been helping your pack instead of coming after me. Wow, they actually managed to get kind of the upper hand on him. Okay, we're gonna sit and see this a second. Yeah, they can bleed him out a little bit. Mr. Jason says, is it possible with enough experience and levels to kill one of these bears? It's mostly about, you know, experience handling the rune bear enemy. I do have to lock in now, though. Just look at how much health these things have. I think that's the thing that really throws people for a loop is these things have a lot of health. Hold on, I'll read chat in just a second. I made that look easy, but let's not forget that we did have health doing that. Mr. Shadio says, hello there, Mr. Coin, Mr. Jason, and other folks on chat. Welcome on in, good sir. Good to see you, Mr. Shadio. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I do hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in just in time. We are in the middle of... I was just about to resume where we left off in our challenge run when I thought I would demonstrate what it was like to handle a rune bear. I did make that look easier than it is, though. Not gonna lie. And now we're about to go fight something kind of annoying. Only kind of annoying, though. Mainly is just if you happen to have like other enemies around, then fighting this particular thing kind of gets annoying. Only kind of. And also, it's got to be daytime. It actually does not spawn at night. There were never daytime spawns in base Elden Ring, by the way. Reforged made at least a couple things daytime spawns, and this is one of them. Oh, you know what? I almost forgot. I'm glad I reminded myself of this. I actually wanted to get a spell. We can do that. You guys remember killing the flying dragon, yeah? And I've got the flaming heart or the dragon heart as proof of that. Let me show you what happens when we get a spell. So we have 3 options. In this run, I'm only allowed to take, or in the routing, I'm only allowed to really take Dragon Fire, which just is a fire breath attack. Did you hear that noise? Yeah, we just ate a dragon heart. We consumed a dragon heart, which is how we got the that spell, which is really, really cool. It's freaking metal. That's what that is. Who else would like to eat a dragon heart to breathe fire or gain a claw or something? That's metal. That's metal. I don't care what anyone has to say about that. That's freaking metal. You know, akin to... Oh, I also need to talk to you before I forget.
Beautiful work. Felling that dragon. And as such, there's something you might like to know. The heart you brought back. It's used in dragon communion. If you should find yourself overcome by hunger for the heart, yearning for its strength, then seek the decrepit church on the little island off the western coast. You must not forget, though, those who partake in dragon communion.
You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
Strength of a mighty dragon.
I really appreciate everyone's time that they've spent here. It means the world to me. It would also mean the world if you could electrify my algorithm by following my Twitch channel, subscribing to my YouTube channel, liking the video and or streams on YouTube, and even leaving a comment. Doing all of those things ensures that when I zap your feeds with a live or a long-form content notification, you don't have to worry about missing any quality content. Thank you guys for sitting through that. Mr. Jason says, you're going to head off, Mr. Coin. You're getting tired now, good sir. Very well. Thank you so much for stopping by. I apologize for not getting to that message until 2 minutes later, but yeah, it was just the cascade of when it was sent, the timing of when it was sent. It was good to see you, my lovely senator. It was good to have you around, as always. Do rest well. And I do hope to see you sooner rather than later. But if I don't see you again for whatever reason, do stay safe and take care of yourself. And thank you for the latitude. And with that, we do take commercial breaks around here at the top of each and every hour while we stream. They last for 3 minutes. So in around 3 minutes from now, because of the amount of time that's passed, the next and final one will be coming. And when that time comes, there will be a timer on the upper left-hand corner of your screen. It'll read 3 minutes and 0 seconds. During that time, I will be getting up, getting a stretch, and doing other things. I highly encourage you guys to do the same. It will make the time pass by faster. That sort of thing. But feel free to spend the time however you like. For once that time is over, and the timer reads 0 minutes and 0 seconds, I'll be back at my desk and we can pick up right where we left off. For the record, I have absolutely done what I've set out to do today, which was to defeat the flying dragon Agil. Anything we get after this is bonus. And I would like to... I'm hoping in the future when we do a real run, it's going to be... Well, I think when we get closer to a real run or the routing gets more serious, I'll probably have to change how I comment at people. Just because I need... My eyes need to be on the screen. They need to be moving. I need to be moving in the game. I can't be dawdling and dilly-dallying. Like, that's not... good for it's not good for us to be 3 days into a routing and only be this far along. Even I can tell you, even with 6 hours, you know, we should be well on our way to completing Limgrave by now. That sort of thing. But these things are best taken slow in the beginning. And I intend to do that. And for those that are wondering what the heck I'm doing, I am collecting a few rune pieces so that we're not fighting an enemy during the commercial break. I don't like doing that. I would very much like to avoid doing that if I can help it. So I'm passing the time with getting a couple of collectibles. Which I think there's one right around here somewhere. If I'm remembering right anyway. Which I may not be. How many other people, and this is a question I want to leave you guys with for the break. How many people enjoy Elden Ring, or whether that be watching it, or playing it, or both? How many people enjoy games of this sort? I will definitely be willing to exchange an answer on that when, you know, I return from the commercial break. Which will be at any point within the next 60 seconds. Sorry about that, everybody. I am back. Let's do a quick check-in with all the lovely, applicants. And then, we'll go from there. Okay, nothing on the green one. Nothing on the red one. Okay. Mr. Shiny says, still unsure about that. Your question is, how punishing can the game be until it becomes too daunting to play? I think is how that question is. There is a very specific boss that will kind of determine your propensity for wanting to play the game. And that boss is the Fell Omen Margit, who is over here. He is your gate into the Legacy Dungeon. He's like your roadblock. He sits along this bridge. That is what he does. If you cannot defeat him, and he has lots of difficult patterns, you are not going to enjoy a lot of the rest of the game. Now, you can skip him, you can go around the dungeon, but at some point, if you don't want to fight more difficult battles, you do eventually need to go fight the Fell Omen Margit. He is your bellwether over whether or not you're going to like the game as a whole. If you can get past him pretty easily, the rest of the game will at least be some smooth sailing up until the middle of the game, where it can sometimes throw unfun things at you. When you start getting over here to where Caelid is, you'll really get a sense of whether or not you'll like the game, in my honest opinion. Why don't we keep moving? Mr. Shaggy says, so good, sir. How's the game going? It is going just fine. Thank you for asking. We are on our way to our next objective, which is to defeat a certain horseman over here. There's also supposed to be a bear that's wandering these parts. The Outrider Knight. Okay, I thought it was a Hallowed Tree Knight. It is an Outrider Knight. I'll have to change that in a minute. Hallowed Tree Knight Speed. Okay, there's the steed. And if you let these blasted people heal, like right now, well, that's kind of a problem. Ow. I'll be able to talk more in a second when I'm not getting butt blasted by the Outrider Knight. And it's raining. Come on, game. Cut me a break. You can't be serious. I'll be able to answer all of these wonderful, lovely questions in a short minute, I promise. Okay. Alrighty, let's start from the beginning. Where were we? Mr. Shiny says, you mean you have your own difficult game you can beat, being Silksong you purchased yesterday? Yeah, how is that going for the record? Is it as difficult as the report made it out to be? I'm sure part of that might be, slightly biased because you've already played Hollow Knight, and so you have a good sense of what the controls are, but hopefully the game will have shown you what the new difficulty curve looks like. Mr. Shadow says, sun shines in your street finally. Nice! You have a job interview tomorrow and one on Friday? That is freaking awesome. I hope those interviews work out well for you, good sir. Everyone needs job security these days. I hope everyone's able to get that in a world that increasingly wants to outsource it to machines. Mr. Shadya goes on to ask, also, sir, you have a curiosity? Feel free. Does anyone else, did anyone else do this challenge before, or is it an original idea of mine? So challenge runs themselves like this? No. You can find hitless or deathless challenge runs of Elden Ring everywhere. On Twitch, Kick, YouTube, so on. They're everywhere if you know where to look. But doing this type of run in a modded port of the game, no, that part is mine. The fire spells part is not exactly mine. There have been magic based or spell based hitless and deathless runs before. See Couch Jockey and company for examples of what that looks like. But doing it in the mod is something no one has done before. Maybe with Elden Ring The Convergence, a different mod that was designed in part by Couch Jockey and other challenge runners from Dark Souls and Elden Ring, but they're over challenge running their own mod. They are not over there challenge running this one. That idea is mine. Mr. Shiny says, your character must feel under the weather, huh? Yeah. And it's still raining, by the way. It's still raining. I hate this. I hate this timeline. Mr. Shiny says, haven't started yet? Fair enough. That is totally reasonable. I have heard that Silksong is more demanding of its players compared to base Hollow Knight, for better and worse. But I trust Team Cherry's ability to design their game. I trust that Team Cherry knows what they're doing and will not throw more things at the player than they would expect their average player base to handle. Mr. Shadow says, makes sense. Lately, you've watched Dark Souls random items, random enemies, and permadeath. Yeah, all of that stuff is relatively bog standard. You can find it if you look for it on streaming platforms. I'm not like reinventing the wheel. All I'm doing is saying, look at my cool flaming wheels that I'm using instead. And, the wheels are made of, like, wood instead of steel. That kind of thing. I'm recoloring the idea. Rematerialing the idea. I'm not doing anything that's novel. Even though I have had people tell me that this is a novel thing I'm doing, it's really not. But I appreciate the feel-good compliment anyway. Mr. Shiny says, many bosses in this game seem to master a different element, being the element of surprise. Not all of these are bosses. The Outrider Knight was not one, but I have to count him like one for the purposes of the run, because it's all content. But you're absolutely correct. The element of surprise. It's a good element to have. Too bad it only seems to work out for the enemy in this game a lot of the time. Okay, so next up, we're going to be setting up a quest, and we're going to be meeting one of this game's, like the base game's favorite NPCs, like ever. And it's not despair, I promise. Like people wish for and do silly things to this NPC, and no, it's not four-armed, blue-skinned Dommy Mommy. It's not her, I promise. And yes, that is the language that is used for her before anyone, you know, jumps and says, "Ew, coin pervert." No, I know what people say about her. People call her a dommy mommy. And would let Ronnie step on them any day of the week. I'm not that person. Instead, we're going to hit a very different sector of the internet. Maybe. You know, assuming that I don't have to worry about getting attacked, which for some reason I'm getting attacked. Make note of that dude up there, sitting on top of the ruins. That's who we're gonna talk to. We're not gonna meet him quite yet. We need to get a gesture first, but we will be coming back to like talk to him. Game. Why did the game crash? I don't like that. Well, that happened. Let's quickly move on from that, shall we? It's weird. I've never had Elden Ring crash quite like that before. I should say this does come with the territory for modded games. Yes, I know. Of course it wasn't selected. It crashed, game. What was I supposed to do there? Using mods with your games can cause them to crash. And if that's happened, please, please, please don't make demands of, you know, game devs. You chose to mod the game. Go talk to the mod devs instead. And make sure you're talking to the right mod devs. Don't just do whatever. Mr. Shiny says about that comment with Ranny, I assume that's the case because you're one of them. I mean, hey, fair. Everyone has a type in this game. Almost everyone that has played Elden Ring finds certain NPCs hot and sexy. And Ronnie is like the top one.
Wait, weren't you... well, the howl of a wolf in the Mistwood? I suppose he must still be skulking about. I know. Why not meet him for yourself? Next time you hear the wolf's howl, make this signal right under the source. Oh, don't fret. There is nothing to fear. I just have an inkling the two of you might hit it off.
Well, okay. So they say.
Goodbye for now.
Okay, let's set this to knock them down, I suppose. Switch. I'm looking for this. Let's take that crisp snap back over to our fine friend in the woods, shall we? But yeah, Rule 34 is also a thing with Elden Ring. As Mr. Shiny will probably be aware of, because he's just commented on you know, Lunar Princess Ronnie. There's Rule 34 for almost every non-old character in this game. Almost. Not all of them. There are a couple I can think of where there's no art drawn of them. Mr. Shadow says, if something exists, there is content about it. Yes, Rule 34. And I believe rule number 67 or 66 or whatever. If there is content or art of something, there is also a gender bent version. Like that is another rule that is pretty much guaranteed. There are gender swaps and gender bends of your favorite characters. Link from the Legend of Zelda series is a perfect example of this. Like we wouldn't have the Linkle character without that rule being at least somewhat true. Just gonna not deal with the rune bear over there, thank you. Like I said, they're not at all worth the runes that they might actually have. Okay, hold on, I'm gonna do a solid here. Just do a flipperooski. I need to ask what these, this is something I don't know in the game. I do not know what these new additions are. These, like, speckles of golden flame. I do not know what that is. I know that was added in, like, a recent patch, and I'm hoping that there's been some discussion about it in the Elden Ring Reforged Discord. Mr. Shiny says another favorite of fans seems to be Melina. Yeah. Although you find her more cute than hot personally. That's fair. Yeah. I would tend to agree, but there are plenty of people who find her hot. Wait, why did all these all of my buttons got removed? Yucky. Although I guess I don't really need them. All things considered. I will have to fix up my quick bar later. Very well, Mr. Shadio. Do take your time. Now, to bring out everyone's, favorite.
Who goes there? Carly sent you, did he? Ever the bloody busybody.
Welcome back.
Maybe to him you don't seem so strange. The name's Blythe. I'm looking for a man who goes by Darrowell. He fled somewhere nearby. Or so I've heard. Come tell me if you find him before I do. I can offer you ample reward. Darrowell is nothing but a traitor, and in need of a fitting end to his tale. Darrowell is nothing but a traitor.
Mr. Shadio says dog talking. Good boy. Oh my god. Yes, there's rule 34 for him too. His name is Blythe. Spelled with Gaelic letters. B-L-A-I-D-D. D-D in Gaelic is usually pronounced as T-H, so it's Blythe. You could also spell it B-L-A-I-T-H-E, and you will get like the Anglicanized equivalent of that name. Or you can drop the E on the end too. You'll get the same pronunciation either way. But yeah. Is it Tom Anthony? It's not Tom Holland, or not Holland. It's not Anthony Howell. I think there's I think the voice actor for this one has actually done like a live reading of questions. Like a AMA of sorts, and reading tweets. He also read tweets regarding the character he voice acted live, and some of the stuff he read is like, well, crap. People really are that degenerate, is what I will say. However, we can't leave this place without clearing out the ruins, and there is something in the ruins that slumbers and waits for us to go take it out in a rather clever way. I don't want to give him a treat. I think Blythe would find that insulting or bite my head off. And this is coming from personal experience with the character, as in I know who Blythe is. I know what his underlying motivations are. He would definitely bite my head off if I did that. It's patronizing. That's very patronizing. Frick. I hate this. I needed to do some better sneaking there. I'm gonna die here. I gotta focus now. I attacked you for too long. Hold on. Okay. Mr. Shadio says, you mean you get that? You are straight, but damn, some men's are hot. So you get the degeneracy? See, the problem with Blythe in Rule 34 is that is not a dude. I want to point that out. Blythe is an actual, I believe the lore implication is that he's an Empyrean, or the shadow of an Empyrean. So that wolf head that he has on is not a helmet. That is a dog. That is a wolf. People doing Rule 34 art of Blythe are literally sexualizing animals. That is a huge problem, and that is about as much as I'm gonna say. It's like there is this book called The Morning Glory Milking Farm. You know, adult tags incoming. You clicked on a mature stream. Now is your time to leave. It's like this book that I'm referring to is, how do I word this? I won't spoil the story because there may or may not be people that are interested, and I cast no aspersions on people who are furries. That's fine. People are allowed to be furry. I have zero problem with this. The issue is the distinction between what is an appreciation of an anthropomorphic animal and what is the appreciation of, well, what if animal but stand upright. Like, that line is very, very blurred. The former is okay, the latter is problematic. Mr. Jason says, you saw an advertisement for Pokemon Pokopia that says savor the slow life in Pokemon Pokopia. A relaxing life simulation game devoted to crafting, creating, and building, only for the Nintendo Switch 2. You thought you would, but barely any of that game is on the cartridge because it's a game keycard. Yay for game keycards and scummy behavior from corporations. We love that here.
Oh, give it a rest.
That's what I gotta say about that. Mr. Shadio says, oh well, the furry community is large. It is large. You are right about that. It is large. And like I said, I do not begrudge furries. But there is a point where it stops being furry and it starts being a zoophile. Zoophile, it is the term for animal lover. An animal lover in that, yes, I'd like to bone that animal or have sex with that animal. I'll just come out and say it. Or you know, these are the same people that would definitely cheer on Mr. Hands, if you know what Mr. Hands is. If you don't know, don't worry and don't look it up. You will be way better off not knowing. But yeah, stuff like that that's where I personally draw a line and don't want to promote it or tell people go do that. That's not healthy. That's not healthy at all. That stuff does weird things to your mind. It really, truly does. Let me just move around here real quick. Hold on. I wasn't necessarily looking to pick fights, but I picked the fight. I'm gonna have to finish it now. And I heard more enemies behind me. Mr. Jason says, with Pokemon games, some people are genuinely hoping that you can get a final evolution of a cat that doesn't stand up right for once. Oh, but don't you like when your Pokemon and Digimon games overlap? Don't you like it when the furry animal stands upright? I mean, that would be nice, but, you know, the fat chance, you know, the fat chance of that happening, probably. Mr. Shadio says, when it comes to corporations, you're searching for another app to replace Discord. I'm thinking of doing the same thing. I mean, I already have, I do already have something in the works. I do have something in the works for us to move, but I need time. I need a lot of time. This gives me a good chance to talk about it, I suppose. Like I said, I've hit my target for the day, so I feel okay taking this time to talk about it. Yeah, it absolutely does not have anything to do with protecting children. The age verification stuff is to put your name in a database for Palantir and other corporations that do the same thing, to have data of you beyond just what do you like, what did you buy today? Oh, let me recommend this thing, you know, 5 seconds after you bought it. Surely you want more, right? No, it goes way beyond that. We're talking like biometric data here. Discord has gone well and beyond just age verification. Your data's already with them. I don't know how much you guys have kept up with the news, but the TLDR is Discord said, we're going to roll out age verification, you know, global. At first they were doing it for the UK. Now they're going to make it global. They lied about the timetables for that. They tried to backpedal and said, oh, actually, we aren't going to keep your data past where it should be kept. You know, our systems delete the non-necessary data. They lied on that again. They tried to backpedal from that. Then they're like, oh, okay, we're gonna, we're gonna move data. We're gonna move to a new data processing company that is going to do that for us. And it turns out that that data processing company goes by the name of Persona. Persona is a subsidiary of Palantir, and Palantir is owned by none other than Peter Thiel, the techno bro that wrote a book talking about how America needs to get over its dictator problem, and that we should be in a section of history called the Dark Enlightenment, which is essentially a rejection of Enlightenment principles. Without remaining to TLDR, the Enlightenment is where our social contract comes from. Like what the implied social contract is. Things like, well, you give up certain things in order to be in a society, you give up certain privacy rights for that kind of thing. Go read what the Enlightenment is, and then you flip it around, and you have what the Dark Enlightenment is. It essentially is a rejection of the Enlightenment era principles back when Galileo and the father, I'm forgetting the name, but it's the father of the Enlightenment movement as it relates to the social contract. When those men are alive, the Dark Enlightenment is essentially rejection of those principles on their face. Upon learning this, moving back over to the actual TLDR of Discord, people were outraged. So they were like, oh, we're going to distance ourselves from Peter Thiel. We're not going to do that stuff. And then we found out as a society that Discord had been collecting data on us already. They had been building profiles of us just for using the app the entire time, which was why they were able to say, oh, we're gonna roll back the whole age verification thing / you don't even have to upload your face. We've already collected data of you. We can guess at what your age is based on where you visited sites at. what servers you have, what games you play, that kind of thing. They've already collected this data. Hold on, let me get real serious. They have already collected this data. That is something they have done. There is no, you are not saving yourself. The purpose of moving off platforms is not to save your data. For the record, they already have it. The question is, are you going to allow them to get any more of it? Which is why I'm making the moves that I'm making. I promise I will go back to the game in a second. I wanted to get all this out in one take. That's all. Mr. Shadio says, oh, you made an offensive joke with one of your friends in your private messages? Let's take you to jail. Yeah, the poor sods in the UK are literally dealing with that, with the child safety laws. If you want to know where Ground Zero is, look up a collective of women called Collective Shout. There is a head spokeswoman for that group, and listen to some of her takes, and you'll kind of see what that movement is about. I really recommend you guys doing your own research on this. Come to your own conclusions. But that is more or less the TLDR. All this stuff about mass surveillance probably would have taken another 5 years if Collective Shout... another 5 years to even start. If Collective Shout hadn't gotten involved and gotten the payment processors to revoke funding from Steam and other places because Gooner Games or whatever. Mr. Shiny says it's all about control. Absolutely. Yes, it is. It's as I tell my dad, as I tell the other people I live with, and I'm going to get personal again for a second. The protecting of children is something good. This is the cloak of good over something bad. What is the something bad? The something bad is mass surveillance. The something bad is we want to control opinions, know where you are at all times. If you say something we don't like, we want you in jail or mulched. As Curtis Yarvin, another Dark Enlightenment stogie, has said. He's joked about mulching people that, couldn't work. I'm doing my best not to whip myself up in a frenzy, so I will return to your comments. But yes, I hate this timeline. We don't get any of the cool stuff in Cyberpunk. We just get techno bro overlords that want to enslave us. Mr. Shadio says you make a lot of offensive jokes with friends. Between us, your feelings aren't hurt, the jokes aren't public, and for you, they're just jokes. You don't truly believe them. But while you may be persecuted because of them in the future due to Discord, yes. Now, some of that will depend on the EU and the Romanian government, but if the EU is rolling out some level of surveillance and anti-copyright abuse, that's kind of... The EU is going... is not any better. They're just doing it differently. That's it. They're just doing it differently. And they are just as vulnerable to the demands from Collective Shout and all of these other misguided groups of people. It's not funny. Mr. Shadio says you still remember the ban of NSFW games because of the Visa and MasterCard? Yes. Yep. And Steam lost the ability to process transactions in all but 6 countries that were already working with central banking. The poor people in Ukraine that were able to play games, had to pass their money through twice. One to get it converted to, say, a yen or the British pound, and then another to spend it in Steam. They had to actually use their Steam wallets to pay for games, which is not normally how that's supposed to work. It's disgusting. Mr. Jason says, to be fair, Mr. Coyne, from what you understand, the people in the UK that were arrested were actually inciting violence against immigrants. You remember that from the UK riots of summer 2025? Sure, that's fine. I'm not disputing that fact. The crux of the conversation is mostly about, it is mostly about how Discord is collecting information, and it has been collecting it under the table for a while. Like, our entire start of this conversation was because of that. Mr. Shiny says the eerie music of Elden Ring fits the topic so well. It does, doesn't it? I think I probably have time for, say, 1 or 2 more bosses. Let me look at my notes here. Yeah, we're gonna take the fight to Darewell. And for the record, because I know that most places don't have freedom of speech laws, you know, I really do not expect you guys to say, I don't expect you guys to comment too much on a lot of this. I don't want you guys to get in trouble. Let me do that. I have freedom of speech laws. Even if they're not worth the paper they're written on, I at least have them and can argue in a court of law if I get arrested for undue reasons. You guys do not have that protection. You have to, like, tap dance around with code words or whatever. That's totally fine. Mr. Jason says, too true, good sir. Mm-hmm. Mr. Shadko says, also in Romania, you saw that on social media, people would be on the good side, democracy. People are like, people should be required to give their real name on social media because they're spreading misinformation. Yeah, that was during, like, COVID era. I remember that. And yeah, you get that misinformation is bad, but you don't think that having to give your ID to access Facebook is a good idea. Yes, I get the sentiment. I don't mind the sentiment, but the solution is not uploading your face to companies. Uploading your face to companies that don't give enough of a shit. Sorry for my French. Or my American cussing, excuse me. I don't want to insult any Europeans here today. That don't give enough of a shit about your security. They don't, if their data gets breached, they don't care. They're going to issue an apology or some substandard PR BS, but and they might offer a payout, but you can't take them to court, so it's meaningless. They don't care. They can ultimately move on. Business as usual. Well, you have to worry about whether or not you get hacked or your identity gets stolen or something else stupid. Not that long ago, Discord even had another data breach where 70 million users' data was, you know, like, leaked out. If I'm remembering my news right. It's gross. So, all of this, like, I'm going to continue to read comments, but just to tie this up in a nice, neat bow so far, this timeline is bad. Discord has lied multiple times to us. I am trying to get off Discord. I'm working on that with Stoke Chat. It's taken me some time to do that. I put this in a Discord post, but I'll say it here. You know, I will let you guys know whenever Stoke Chat is ready. Something of note is that Stoke Chat is based in the UK, so it does still have to follow this stinky rule anyway, but they are getting around it by just age-gating the platform over there in the UK through geolocation. Like, they're allowed to do that. They're not breaking any rules by not having, like, facial like rec required. They just age gate the darn thing. But it's the closest Discord equivalent we have. right now is Stoke Chat, or as it was formerly called, Revolt. A totalitarian government would love that, Mr. Shadyo was saying. Especially if it's not I'm a totalitarian state, but more of the, yeah, of course I'm a democratic state. Just let me change that law a little bit without anyone knowing. Oh, like the UK, like the EU is gearing up to do, and like some US states are flirting around with the idea. Yeah. Gross. Mr. Shiny says, yeah, in your country there's freedom of speech for now. Yeah, that can always change. And, you know, here in the US we have it on paper, but there are laws layered on top that kind of make that law worthless if you talk about certain things. Mr. Oh, that is in direction to Mr. Shiny. Yeah, wasn't that kind of the thing that the Romanian government had a referendum on? Was about, you know, fighting misinformation? Didn't you have a guy win off of the ability to successfully counteract this misinformation with logic? Do I have that right, Mr. Shadyo? I know Mr. Rasby told me some about it, but we didn't linger on that conversation. Right, let's go back and deal with Darrowell, who's over here. Mr. Jason says, with what you've always understood in general, everywhere in the USA there is freedom of speech, but not freedom of consequence. That is still generally true. But Secretary of State Marco Rubio and a couple of other people authored some anti-Semitism rules where you're not allowed to say certain things about the blue six-pointed star state or nation, or you're going to have knocks on your door. You're going to have knocks on your door. You may be considered an enemy of the state. You might get deported. You might get sent to CCOT or some other places. But in all other respects, you know, that rule is generally accurate. Mr. Jason was saying, like, for example, if you said something nasty to someone IRL, they might punch you. Yeah, Bappen-Pfeffengeist, I think is the German word. The feeling or action of punching a Nazi in the face? Yeah, that. If you say someone nasty, there's nothing stopping someone else from punching you, but they might get assault and battery charges. That's the counteraction there. Mr. Jason says that's definitely the case in the UK. As long as you're not a racist, you're fine. That's the big rule. Like, I don't expect the anti-racism laws to really affect a ton of people in the UK. It's only in regard to very specific events in the UK. If you say something in regard to those and it's not said right, then you get the government knocking on your door at 3 in the morning, making you put on your jammies, and then getting in the cop car to go to jail. I'm summarizing some clips that I've seen. Mr. Shadyo says didn't hear about it. TBH, maybe at some point. Not sure as far as you know, it's not a big subject. Understandable. Mr. Shadyo says the last controversial referendum was about traditional family. That would basically say that marriage is only between a man and a woman. That sounds about right. I know Romania is a very Christian, or a fairly Christian place. There's like the interesting dichotomy between those who are spiritual and those who are not. Mr. Jason says it might be you being extra sheltered, but you've generally not seen much of people getting arrested in droves. No, it's individual cases, and for your sake, Mr. Jason, I'm gonna recommend you not read that stuff. I don't want you getting in trouble with the UK government. Reading an article shouldn't get you in trouble, but to be honest, there is not a single soul in government I trust right now. There just isn't. It doesn't matter whose government it is, whether that be the Ethiopian one, the Chinese one, the Peruvian government, the Australian government, the Japanese government. the US government, the Canadian government, I don't care. I trust none of them. So my recommendation is going to be, don't read into that stuff. If you're going to read it at your own risk. Do it on a VPN. Something else along those lines. And I don't even... I think the UK might have banned VPNs. Or, required them to... I should have marked that one, but that's fine. Mr. Shiny says, in your personal opinion, fair. No religion should be allowed to influence decisions in the country. I agree with the spirit of what that is saying, but the issue I find with that is, like, where does that start? Can your leaders be religious and just not rule that way? Not make decisions on that? Or is that sentiment going to require that we not that you not elect people who are religious, or demand that they give up their religion in order to hold office? Because that could be a tyranny in itself. You know, the tyranny of the atheists. Or, oh hell, you gonna explode? You're gonna explode and then you're gonna come back. Okay. I agree with the general sentiment, but the worry or the concern is always, the overcorrection. Mr. Shaggy says in Romania, the church is basically part of the big government mafia. Yuck. Gross. In America, because we have a number of religions, it's not just Christianity, there are practicing Jews, there are practicing Muslims. We do have some practicing Hindus, those that do practice Hinduism. We do have people that practice Buddhism here. But there are definitely seedy parts of religious organizations or religions overall here in the States. It's not, right now it's Christian nationalism. Later it can be other stuff. I kind of liken religion to this. I think it's fine for people to have and hold a religion, to believe in that stuff. I think it's fine for people to gather and worship or agree as communities to live a certain way. If they're making the collective choice to do that stuff, that's fine. The issue is when the implementation or practice of those cultural beliefs gets in the way of how the rest of the nation or country is choosing to live. That is when that is a problem. It's like I'll give you an example of people that are religious and have their own subculture, but are perfectly fine. The Amish. The Amish believe in certain things. The Amish generally forgo technology, or only have technology to the minimum amount required. And then afterwards, they live their life in a very traditional manner. The children are generally allowed to go out and experience the world at a certain age, and then they can decide whether or not they want to continue the Amish lifestyle, or if they want to be a regular citizen. And the good ones do not begrudge their children that choice. It's part of the ritual in their society. I think that's fine. Because their way of life is, in fact, not impacting the society writ large for the most part. It's affecting specific swaths that have chosen to live a certain way. That's fine. It's self-contained. The issue is when people force that change on society and they don't ask for it. The prohibition laws in the U.S. are a good example of that, where for a while alcohol and like hard drugs were generally forbidden. They were punishable. with lots of prison time or worse. I gotta mind the time. I got 6 minutes. I'm supposed to be out the door real soon. But there are definitely examples where the inverse is also true. I think in the end, religion is like philosophy or anything else upon which people choose to live life. People can live in a way in regards to those beliefs or that religion personally that does not impact other people. But attempting to impose that philosophy, because it doesn't have to be religion, it can be anything. You can believe in the flying spaghetti monster, which I guess is another religious example, but it's such a religious parody that it's almost a philosophy instead. Imposing values from that system is just as bad as, is just as problematic as imposing views from, say, Christianity or Islam or Judaism. There's the same problem exists. It's people not being allowed to have a choice in how they live their lives because some people think they know better and think that their way of life is right and that other ways of life are wicked and evil. And those people should be ascribed death. Like, ultimately, that's what that comes down to, and that's wrong. Mr. Shadyo says in Romania, the church is basically part... Oh, I already read that. Also, the amount of racism in Romania is wild, because you're 99% there is at least a Romanian. You're 99% sure there is at least a Romanian in every country in the world. You're everywhere. And there are some racist... Some are racist AF with foreigners. Meanwhile, 99% of them have at least a relative in different countries, usually Spain, Italy, or Germany. Yeah, that's hypocrisy talking, more or less. Mr. Shiny says, not abandon religious beliefs, but rather not let them influence decisions. For example, gay marriage, laws about abortion. Yeah, that kind of thing. I can get behind that. You've personally heard your priest, back when you were connected with the church in some way, tell believers to vote for candidates he deemed as good religious people. Yeah, see... If he's doing it in the capacity of being a priest, that is a problem. If he told random people off the clock, you know, yeah, I think you should vote for this, that you have to permit that. There has to be a place for that. Because if you don't, you get into the slippery slope of, well, you get into the point where it becomes too contextual and people will use that as an excuse to go overboard or overcorrect into restricting certain actions, either out of irrational, either due to their own irrational experience or, you know, due to personal trauma and so on. I think there is an opportunity for there to be a middle ground, and people don't often want to take it. Mr. Jason says, with everything, you err on the side of caution. Like this one Discord alternative said, we will never sell your data, and so to that, you thought, yeah, sure you won't. Yeah, Discord like, Discord is where it is. I'm not going to make people move from Discord or anything. I'm only going to say, you know, Stoat Chat is here. If you guys want to come to Stoat Chat and not have your data harvested, go right ahead. But, you know, I will find a way to bridge the Discord server so that people have a choice. That you're not forced to pick between Discord or Stoat Chat. Mr. Shiny says, during a mass, I will add. See, yeah, that's corruption. That is religious corruption. I would have, if I were a sitting government official, I would have opted to have them thrown out and replaced with a new clergyman that would not do that. That is foul behavior. I would say this if a Satanist were doing it. I would say it if a Hindu were doing it. I would say it if a rabbi or the equivalent position in Islam, or in Islam, I would have an issue with all of it. I would also have an issue with hardcore atheists, saying the same thing but for lack of religion. I would also have a problem with that, because those people would go on to impose their own lack of religion on other people. There's got to be a clear balance. And no one seems to be taking that road. People want to pick sides right now. Mr. Jason says, any Discord alternative will eventually get big and do the same. I don't know about that, Mr. Jason. I think it kind of depends on... I think it depends on, what the underlying philosophy is. I will say, and this is the last thing I'll say before we fight. Stoat Chat is an open source Discord alternative. So everything they are doing for free right now, because they don't have like video sharing servers. It's just a place to post pictures and video. It's very bare bones. But when they do start allowing streaming on that platform, they are gonna have to bring in revenue somehow to make that happen. Like video streaming costs money. It costs like bandwidth and space and server space to do that stuff. It's just not reasonable for that stuff to be free. Someone's got to front that money, and it's got to come from somewhere. Mr. Shadio says you're looking more at an app that is end-to-end encrypted, so nobody, not even the devs, can read the messages. You were thinking about Matrix or Element. I thought about Matrix as well, but there have literally been CSAM, CP stuff on there. I cannot, in good conscience, be on a platform that is not regulating that. Like the presence of CP and CSAM is gonna get that platform shut down. Mr. Shiny says, anyway, you're gonna migrate to your friend's stream? Yes, wonderful conversation to leave off of, huh? But thank you so much for, stopping by, Mr. Shiny. It was good to see you, as always, good sir. I do hope you rest well, and I get to see you again sooner rather than later, good sir. But if I don't see you, my lovely senator, for whatever reason, do stay safe and take care of yourself out there. Mr. Jason says, but yes, Mr. Coin, you just generally don't trust anything. That is smart. You should be wary of things and people. Does that mean paranoia? No. Like, if you often slide into paranoia, that is something I would watch for. But be wary around people. Make sure they prove their intentions to you. And there is a way for them to prove that they're being honest with you. Although in some situations you're not allowed to test for that, because there's no way to test for it without being invasive. That's like a whole separate conversation, like that I can't really have the time to get into. But Mr. Jason says, nah, it's all balanced. I'm glad to hear that. Now, speaking of balanced things, I've done too much chit-chatting. Let's, Oh, I thought this was already summoned. Whoopsie. We gotta wait a little bit more. If you stand on a summon sign, it will give you an image of the thing you're summoning.
This cell is no true justice. No. This is where it ends for you.
I'm gonna let dear old Blythe boy over here take this fight for us. Mr. Shadio says, oh, you didn't know that Element had that problem, but I guess that's the price you pay for end-to-end encryption where the messages are fully encrypted, right? Yes, that is a price you pay. Nobody can regulate the app because nobody knows what you're talking or sending about. Yes. I think there's a middle ground where you don't have to have random CSAM on your platform, but you also can't be harvesting facial rec data. Like, that's also bad. I think Stoat is going to be a good middle ground for that. I think Stoat Chat has the opportunity to do that. It fills almost the exact same niche as Discord. It's just bare bones right now. That's all. Well, it's time to focus up, and I will see you guys on the other side of this. That is incorrect. Here it is. Last time I actually had Blythe die during the scouting, which was always a nasty thing to see, because Blythe is usually pretty tanky, but I guess the bleeding makes him more susceptible. Alright, Blythe, talk to me, buddy.
Right. There you are. Had to work for it, but it's done. Don't say I'm not a man of my word. Here's your prize.
Yay! Somber Smithing Stone number 2, or tier 2.
Oh yes, I should say, if you venture north to Rea Lucaria and come across a venerable blacksmith who's a little on the large side, tell him I sent you, and he'll be sure to treat you right. I owe you one, I reckon. That's enough chit-chat for now. It's time we parted ways.
Okay, let's go back over here and we'll end the stream for the day, because I need to be out the door. I should have been out the door 6 minutes ago. Oh, that's kind of stinky that WhatsApp also did that. Yuck! Can't we have a normal timeline for 5 freaking seconds? I guess not. I guess the laugh's on us, huh? And that is a laugh no one likes to hear, I promise. Well, my lovely senators and inductees, thank you so much for hanging out with me today. You guys have been awesome. Thank you for the wonderful conversation. I am sorry that it went to a relatively dark place today, but at least it isn't like life or death dark, right? We will be back again tomorrow, and we will pick up right where we left off. I'm gonna endeavor to start putting the splits in ahead of time. I think it's gonna take... I think I spend too much time logging the splits and going back and forth. So I'm glad I kept the scout file. I'm gonna put everything from my notes into the splits so that we have that for the future. If you guys like the content, you know what to do. You guys know the algorithmic stuff to do. It's all that algorithmic stuff is free to do. It does not cost anyone anything but time, and I greatly appreciate people doing that stuff. If you guys want to enter any of our hallowed halls, please do feel free to check out the Discord and by extension the link tree, which I will put that out now. For you guys on Kick, for you guys on YouTube and Twitch, for Twitch, my link tree is underneath where the video player, where the social links are, and for you guys on YouTube, it's at the bottom of the description. Feel free to click on that, and it'll be like the top middle of the web page. There'll be a Discord icon. And that is my Discord server. Please do come in and check it out. Or eventually, when I get Stoat up and running, I will point you guys to that as well. That way you guys have a choice. I promise I will get the Stoat server up and running real soon. It might be bare bones, but at least your face won't be tracked there. You guys know where my hallowed halls are now. This has been another session of routing the Deathless, all content, fire spells only. And with any luck, the routing will get faster in the coming days and weeks ahead. Do stay safe and take care of yourselves out there, guys. You're welcome in my hallowed halls anytime. I'll see you guys tomorrow, next time. And with that, goodbye.